never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one night for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Well, we're gonna try anyway. Do it all again. Welcome in. And we'll be making our way into the Friday edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. OvernightDriveRadio.com. Android, iPhone, streaming devices. TNCRadio.live. Yes, also on your Android, iPhone, streaming device, you name it. Welcome aboard. Let's get the party started. What do you say? All I can tell you is outside the secret bunker, it's rain, rain, rain. which I'm not going to complain. That's better than snow or ice. As we wrap things up, final hour of our program there on Thursday morning. Yeah, some freezing rain, just a light freezing rain. Started about 4 a.m. And by the time we wrapped things up at 5 a.m., had a glaze of ice. And in short order, the bridges and overpasses were a mess. All it took was that little glaze, and there were accidents all over this town. Cincinnati was a mess, especially early in the morning commute. Well, tonight, it's, again, a lot of rain. It's going to rain for several hours. Some of the heavier rain just began to move in over the last 30, 40 minutes. And we've got rain, precip stretching from Cincinnati all the way back to about Bloomington, Indiana. To the south, the good news tonight, you've transitioned from your mixed bag of precip through much of Kentucky. But plenty of rain yet to move through. The rains are falling from Louisville to Radcliffe to Madisonville down to Murray, all the way down into western portions of Tennessee again tonight. Things beginning to wrap up in the Memphis area along the trailing edge of this system. There are some heavier rains through central Tennessee down into northern portions of Alabama. Starting up just to the east of Cookeville, Tennessee, down at Rain and Huntsville, down to just east of Columbus, Mississippi, then all the way down to the Gulf Coast, as a matter of fact. Yeah, that's the trailing end of the storm. Now to the north. Yes, our friends in the Northeast, you are the final stop on this nasty, icy end of the storm. Tonight, much of Ohio, if you drew a line from, say, Dayton to Columbus, areas north of that, you're in some of that mixed precipitation. Most areas are looking for maybe an inch of snow and sleet mixed in, and just maybe a tenth of an inch of the ice accretion on the trees, which shouldn't cause a whole lot of problems as far as power outages. For our folks over in Pennsylvania, Maryland, portions of Northern Virginia, and the northeastern portions of West Virginia, it may be a different story there. Yeah, we'll check in with Horse Feathers coming up here, because it's rain, rain, rain from Wilmington, Delaware to Baltimore. Well, it's showing the mixed bag, I should say. We've got the purples and the pinks. Could be sleet, could be freezing rain, combination of the two. On over into Romney, West Virginia, Alexandria, Virginia. All in the mixed precipitation. You get on up into looks like the dividing line from the mixed precip to just plain old snow is right about the Pennsylvania-New York line. Tonight, it's western portions of New York, and it's all going to be pushing through the heart of New York as we progress into a Friday. Rochester to Buffalo, down to Erie, PA. It is snowfall. But there's plenty more where that came from that's all going to be pushing through. And ultimately, we're going to be looking at probably some of the heaviest snowfall totals from this storm that we've been talking about all week long that will really begin to pile up today through the northern portions of New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, on up into Maine. Snowy side of our storm, much of Michigan, you're in the snow. Looks like from Detroit all the way up into northern Michigan. Some heavier snow bands. I'm looking some, you would call those snow squalls, enhanced snow, back into southern and eastern portions of Wisconsin. I'm looking at some enhanced snowfall from Oshkosh down to Janesville, into Rockford, then on down into DeKalb in northern Illinois. Still looking at some snowfall over toward Davenport, Iowa, even back into Des Moines. Things will begin winding down from Des Moines to Waterloo to Mason City. Things have pretty much wound up back into Fort Dodge there tonight. So there's plenty of this storm yet to come for your Friday. Southeast, you're pretty much done. This storm system started all the way back in the southwest. Now, winter weather advisories, winter storm watches, winter storm warnings in effect for much of the Northeast. Those were popping up Thursday morning. Here's what we're looking at. Snowfall totals, we could be talking 12 to 18 inches in parts of New England. That mix of snow, ice, and rain for points to the south along I-95 corridor. Earlier this week, of course, the rain combining with record warmth in some locations, causing much of the snowpack for the entire region outside of upstate New York and northern New England to melt away. So this incoming storm is going to kind of reestablish snow cover in some areas. Yeah, there are still some question marks, according to forecasters. Exact track of the system is going to be pivotal in determining where the heaviest snow ends up and what spots are going to face some icing issues. One of the bigger metropolitan areas that's going to be a close call, will it be all snow or will it be a mix of snow and sleet, is Boston. You've got that relatively warm air surging in from the south, but it's likely to advance just as far north as right there in the Boston vicinity. Also, the preceding conditions may be a factor in the snowfall totals as well. A record-breaking warmth earlier this week with a bit of sleet expected to mix in during the day today should help keep the snowfall totals down for downtown Boston. Yeah, we're talking maybe 6 to 10 inches, but higher amounts, a foot or more, easy to achieve, not far away from the city and some of the northwestern suburbs. Now, the Northeast was pretty much dry this past day. Yeah, the potpourri of precip arriving from the southwest to the northeast through the overnight hours tonight. However, a light mixture of rain and sleet spreading eastward across northern Maryland, Virginia, along the southern tier of Pennsylvania. There will be a pocket of mid-Atlantic, a pocket of mid-Atlantic milder air from west central Pennsylvania through parts of western Maryland. Now, some areas may see an extended period of sleet and freezing rain overnight tonight. Should freezing rain be the primary precip in that zone, obviously any glaze of ice that collects on the trees could cause some power outages. Now, further to the north, the New York City metro area, right on the dividing line, wintry weather during the early stage of the storm around New York City. Warm air to the south is going to win the war, especially early on today. Rain for much of the area. But the wintry battle is going to be taking place overnight. A gradual transition to rain will take place Friday morning, but you'll already see some slippery spots over northern and western suburbs, maybe parts of central Long Island. In upstate New York, Albany, and much of New England, it's going to be pretty much an all-snow event. Snow's going to arrive after the midnight hour tonight, so kind of as we speak. I just mentioned areas where it's coming in, and some locations will have several inches on the ground by the time the sun comes up for your Friday morning. Now, even as surface temperatures are above the freezing mark, the warmer air can arrive higher up in the atmosphere today, particularly in coastal sections of southern New England. Elsewhere, New England, upstate New York, the entire atmosphere from top to bottom is going to be below freezing, so that's going to keep everything in the form of plain old snowfall. Highest snowfalls projected to accumulate close enough to the storm's center today, where the precipitation rates will be the highest, yet just far enough north of the system such that the cold air remains in place that'll keep everything in the form of snowfall. Obviously, with Pennsylvania, I'm looking at the mixed bag of precipitation again. Radar depicting areas of sleet, freezing rain, and again some snow, especially up there toward the New York state line. We've got a number of travel restrictions that kicked in this past evening due to the impending storm. It started at like 5 o'clock this past afternoon, which is what they call Tier 1 restrictions are in place for the entire length of Interstate 99. Then a few hours ago, at 7 o'clock this past evening, those same restrictions, Tier 1 restrictions, were implemented for Interstate 79 from I-80 to I-90. The entire length of I-80, Interstate 81 from I-78 to the New York border, the entire length of all I-84, I-180, the entire length of I-380, and the entire length of Route 33. Sometimes these different tiers can get confusing. Here's what is restricted right now. All those routes I just mentioned, the interstates and whatnot, the following vehicles are not permitted on those affected roadways. Tractors without trailers. Tractors towing unloaded or lightly loaded enclosed trailers, open trailers, or tank trailers. Tractors towing unloaded or lightly loaded tandem trailers. Enclosed cargo delivery trucks that meet the definition of a commercial motor vehicle. Passenger vehicles, any car, SUV, pickup truck, whatnot, that would be towing a trailer of any sort. Not allowed on the interstates. Recreational vehicles, aka motor homes. School buses, commercial buses, and motor coaches not carrying chains or alternate traction devices. It's kind of funny how they always throw in, hey, guess what? You're not allowed out there on a motorcycle tonight. Why they have to put that? Would some fool actually try to get out there on two wheels in an ice storm? Are you kidding me? All right, that's what we've got for Pennsylvania here. Then we got checking in out of the box this Friday. Hello to Todd. Heavy D on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking out there. Central Florida, there's Richard checking in with 68 degrees. Hello to Steve and all the listening friends out there. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down and be safe. John watching from Nashville this evening. Got some sprinkles and 50 degrees now. No ice. Have a safe night. Miguel checking in, 75 degrees in West Palm Beach, Florida. Zorro will be checking in. Matter of fact, Zorro says, I'm on hold. Got you coming up here, Zorro. Hang on just a moment. Chevy guy, copy the mail. 84 today and tomorrow. So it's a T-shirt night tonight. Morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. Joe checking in, watching the trees getting kind of icy here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Finally, Friday. Everybody truck safe. Have a great weekend. Robert along the Cape, 72 degrees. Cape Canaveral, right? Yeah, just plain old rain here in Cincinnati. I'm not going to complain. Pappy's on board, enjoying the rain. Morning, Steve. Roads are pretty bad in northern Indiana this morning. Deborah checking in. Be safe out there, especially my guy that's driving up there. All right. Gilligan checking in. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. 34, kind of drizzly here in Christiansburg, Virginia. Ice was forming on metal surfaces in Winchester when I left there earlier. Hello to Mr. Q on board. Tank. Morning, Steve, from Elk City, Oklahoma. We've got a cool 20 degrees, a little moisture in the air. Eastbound and down toward the big M-Town. Everybody truck safe. Have a great weekend. Jay says we've got the mixture. Freezing rain, sleet, 30 degrees, just north of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Yeah, you're right in that zone. Be careful on the roads out there. Eskimo Mom, happy Friday from a wet and icy Tip City, Ohio. Roads are soaked. Right, my running boards are more like a skating rink. But it's only 23 days till spring. Got 32 degrees as I was leaving the yard, she says. Country Bumpkin checking in from northern Indiana. I-94, got freezing rain out here. Drive safe, overnight drive. Nation, cold and clear, 9 degrees. Stillwater, Oklahoma. Ooh, another cold night. Hello to Shadow Artist checking in. Brooksville, 39 degrees, and we're pretty wet here. Hello, Buster Brown. Blessings to the drivers. Be safe. Focus. Expect the unexpected. Rain, potholes. Yeah, let's go, Brandon. Eskimo Mom did say trees are pretty, very pretty right now. My home area, the ice sticking to the trees. Yeah, it's a beautiful scene, especially when the sun comes up and you've got the glistening on the trees from the ice, just as long as it doesn't get thick enough to start bringing down your trees. Then it gets kind of ugly. Morning, Steve. Wichita, Kansas, checking in, 20 degrees. And I'm under the weather. I'm sick. But have a blessed day. One more Buckeye boy checking in from Dayton, Ohio. We've got 32. It is raining. It snowed most of the way from Flint to south of Findlay, but roads were passable with care. Heard Monkey Gouger on the podcast talking about the ship that caught fire. And they think, as I mentioned a couple of days ago, it may have been an electric car battery as the cause of that fire. Yeah, thought that was funny. Anyway, heading back to Georgia. I'll try to take a few days off after unloading on Monday. Have a great night out there. Great weekend. Everybody, please be careful. And Edward did just chime in and said, Pennsylvania Turnpike, PA Turnpike is a sloppy mess right now. So be careful out there. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
As we roll into a Friday, our number is 844-844-3388. Zorro, first out of the box on a Friday. Hey, thanks for checking in, Zorro.
Zorro. Hey, Steve, how you doing? I was looking through a lot of the social media posts today.
Yes.
About Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw that video you were talking about last night about that big explosion.
Mm-hmm.
That happened actually back in 2015.
Really?
So, and it was in China. So that's probably why they took it down.
Interesting.
Now, a lot of other videos that I saw were, I'm not even going to talk about them because it's war. But the one thing that stood out to me the most was the Russian people protesting and chanting, Ukraine is not our enemy.
And some of these, I saw where the protests were breaking outside of the, I guess, the embassy there in Russia. And they've been, I mean, anyone who's trying to protest is immediately being, last I saw 1,700 Russians had been arrested for protesting.
Yep. And I'm actually surprised that the Russian people are protesting against their own leader.
Yep.
And I think it's a good thing. But that's all I called for, and I wanted to let you know that.
Thank you very much, Zorro. Good to have you on board, and thank you so much for listening. And I see you chiming in Facebook, YouTube, whatever it is, on a pretty nightly basis. Dedicated listener there, just doesn't call in very often. All right, what about the latest developments? Yeah, Ukraine, wow. Zelensky is pretty much pleading with the rest of the world. Where are our allies? Well, Ukraine's capital under bombardment in the early hours of Friday. Yeah, the latest says with the skies ablaze, Putin's tanks are within 20 miles of Kiev. Ukraine's deputy defense minister said that one missile was shot out of the sky by their anti-missile defense systems. Another missile struck a residential building in the city. A Ukrainian jet, an Su-27, was shot down by a surface-to-air missile in a separate incident. President Zelensky raging at Western cowards who failed to come to his aid, stating his country's being left alone to face Russian troops. Officials are saying Kiev will probably be seized this weekend. In a video address to the nation after midnight, Zelensky called his fallen compatriots heroes, the death toll 137 in the first day of fighting. He says he's going to stay till the bitter end. He said, they're killing people and turning peaceful cities into military targets. It's foul and will never be forgiven. We have been left alone to defend our state. Who is ready to fight alongside us? I don't see anyone. Who's ready to give Ukraine a guarantee of NATO membership? Everyone is afraid. He added that the enemy has already entered Kiev, urging residents be vigilant, observe the curfew rules, acknowledging that he is target number one. So the Ukrainian capital is expected to be surrounded by Russian forces this weekend, and the resistance will effectively be crippled. According to U.S. security officials, troops are already closing in on the seat of Ukrainian power, taking control of Chernobyl this past day, and they will seize it within 96 hours, pretty much bringing a new Iron Curtain down on Europe. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said Putin plans to encircle Ukrainian forces in Kiev and force them either surrender or be destroyed. The leadership of Ukraine could then fall within a week's time. There was a former senior U.S. intelligence officer that says after the air and artillery end and the ground war really starts, Kiev will fall in a matter of days. The military may last slightly longer, but it's not going to last long, he says. So that's what we have it this way. What else did Blinken have to say? We've been kind of alluding and speculating. Is Ukraine the final goal, or does Vladimir Putin, as many of us have been insinuating, he wants to rebuild the old USSR? Blinken says it's obvious Putin has goals beyond Ukraine. He may have other countries in his sights. When the president addresses the nation today, he said Putin wants a new Soviet Union. Is there intelligence to suggest Putin will advance beyond Ukraine? That was a question asked during an evening news interview on, I believe, CBS News, to which Blinken responded, you don't need intelligence to tell you that that's exactly what Putin wants. He's made it clear he'd like to reconstitute the Soviet empire. Short of that, He would like to reassert a sphere of influence around the neighboring countries that were once part of the Soviet bloc. And short of that, he'd like to make sure that all these countries are somehow neutral. Now, Putin would face intense resistance from NATO in doing so. Now, when it comes to a threat beyond Ukraine's borders, there's something very powerful standing in his way. That's Article 5 of NATO. An attack on one is an attack on all. It's exactly why we've been reinforcing NATO's eastern flank. Now, the administration has been adamant that we will not send troops into Ukraine, which is not part of NATO, although we are stationing troops in nearby countries all around. Now, the U.S. is arming Ukraine with weapons. Now, they've unleashed a series of sanctions against Russia. When asked what the U.S. was doing to lower the risk of an accidental escalation between maybe U.S. troops in nearby countries and Russian forces, Blinken said the administration wants to have communication with Russia on a military basis to make very clear what it risks if there's a miscalculation. Now, Putin warned when the attack got underway, any countries that try to stand in his way would face severe consequences that have never been seen in history. And many are thinking, is he alluding to a possible nuclear threat? Could very well be the case. Now, Blinken said, I can't begin to get into his head and to say exactly what he meant by that statement. We are prepared for whatever course that he chooses to take, though. But they did confirm Zelensky is still in Ukraine. And yeah, we know he is target number one. We'll get a news break and get to your calls ahead. Jump on in here on a Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Cities in Ukraine are being bombarded as Russia continues invading. Ukrainian President Zelensky has ordered a full military mobilization in response to the invasion. President Biden has announced tougher sanctions on Russia, saying of President Putin,
"This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary."
White House Deputy National Security Advisor Dolly Singh says the sanctions placed on Russia are probably the strongest ever imposed. But there are carve-outs, including trying to keep Russian oil on the market to prevent gas price spikes.
Russia depends on those revenues just as much as the world needs its energy. But we're not going to do anything which causes an unintended disruption to the flow of energy as the global economic recovery is still underway.
This is USA Radio News.
Have you stopped taking your statin? Over half of people will stop taking a statin in the first year due to muscle pain. Marley Drug offers the next generation statin, pitavastatin, which is different from most statins and has low rates of muscle pain. With a prescription, you can get pitavastatin for $1 a day. No insurance needed. Stop putting up with statin pain and call Marley Drug at 800-460-2510. That's 800-460-2510 or go to marleydrug.com.
Not available in Vermont or Alabama. The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Good morning to Marlene. Well, I guess I should say good evening because she's in California. Good evening, Marlene. Woodland, California, 45 degrees out, no weather going on here. Quiet night. Hello to Phil. Morning, Steve. Phil checking in from the Skyway Bridge rest area in Florida. 67 degrees, light winds tonight. Steve, let's see. What four presidents are known by their initials? FDR, JFK, LBJ, and FJB. Morning to Bidu checking in. Hello, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew in Rochester, New York. 35 degrees, waiting on my loads back to Youngstown. All right, let's see. A little Raymond. Anybody heard Kevin Rutherford was let go from his job due to his comments about the convoy this past day? I did get an email from a listening friend. We talked about the subject this past evening. The congressman, I can't recall the state or his name, but the congressman that called on anyone participating in the convoy to D.C. to have their trucks impounded, take their trucks away and sell them. We mentioned that. I guess Kevin apparently alluded to something about if he should be shot for saying something like that. And those you have to be so careful these days. I mean, that was, I guess, seen as alluding to violence, inciting violence, to make that mere suggestion. I did say, well, it's an asinine comment, the mere suggestion. And that's what you get with your far left-leaning Democrats, which this particular congressman was. But yes, that's what I heard. Hello to the Michigan Mad this morning. Santa Claus checking in. Top of the morning, Steve. 31 degrees in Tehachapi, California. Headed to Travis Air Force Base. Then my weekend, finally. All right, good to have you on board. It is 844-3388. Are we playing in the rain? Are we playing in the sleet? Or what do we got this morning? Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, coming to you live here from the Monster Mile there. We actually just had to have emergency track services brought out there. We had a big rollover accident there. I don't know if it was Bubba Walsh or not. Cars tore up pretty well there, so they got the brooms and shovels out picking up the pieces. But so we're an emergency track drying situation here, and we're trying to keep the track going here. But I'm not sure if we're going to be able to keep it or if we're going to have a rain delay. What do you think?
Sounds about
I
right.
am in. Can you guess where I'm at?
Oh, where is the Monster Mile? I'm trying to remember.
Dover, Delaware.
Okay.
So anyways, yeah, we got 34 degrees here and starting to get to be pretty solid rain right now. So headed up to Philly right now to see what's going on. But I do have ice on the back of the mirrors. The antennas are all iced up. So I think the actual air temperature might be pushing right there at the freezing mark, or the moisture coming down is close enough to be freezing that it's ice non-contact, but the ground temperature is still up high enough that the roads are still good and wet. Got a lot of road spray, but just getting into where there's some street lights here. We come into one of the toll barriers, and it looks like the tall grass might be iced up a little bit too. So I guess the air temperature must be down enough to be able to let things freeze. So I guess at some point here we're going to start watching ramps, bridges, and overpasses and all those good things until they get some salt put down. But as far as it goes right now, we just got a good steady rain coming down. So.
Okay. So first you gotta watch those bridges and overpasses, because that's kind of right about where we were this past morning. I guess the metal surfaces, the elevated surfaces, were just right there at the freezing mark. The roadways were fine, but the elevated, you hit those bridges and boom, people spinning out all over the place.
Yep. As I say, I don't know what caused that one car to roll over back there, but we were back down on US 13 there, down in Harrington, and they looked like they did a good job. There wasn't one straight piece of sheet metal left on that thing. It's been over I don't know how many times.
Wow.
So they were out there trying to pick stuff up, and it's one of that 55 mile an hour zones that people are still driving 60, 65 in, and so they get a little bit off. There isn't much play once you get to the side. You catch some of the grass or something, and you end up in the ditch, and they get flopped over pretty quick. So, but anyways, I don't know. That's about what we got going for you for here. I guess you pretty much nailed it on the nose there for what you said was coming. So I'm expecting to get up here into some more frozen precipitation by the time I get up into Philly, and then I got to ride back across northern Maryland and see if I can get back to where I got to get get unloaded and call it a day. The only good thing is where I unload is 4 miles from where I parked the truck. So hopefully I might be done about the same time you're done this morning here. See how it all works out.
If all goes according to plan, in other words, right?
Yeah. You know what happened the last time I told you that plan, right?
You got home approximately 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, somebody had to sit for about 5 hours there on a highway. So we'll see how all this works out. But anyways, I don't know. I don't think a whole lot's much changed there since the last time I talked to you there. So we're just working on trying to get things together a little bit more. We got some more Make-A-Wish Convoy stuff we've been working on with some of the local people, and then got to get started here and figure out my exhibitor list that I want to try to get around to see the exhibitors. And I did want to make mention, Steve, you know, if you want to step out of the booth there for an hour or so or a couple hours and want to go, you know, walk around the show, see some of the shows, see some of the other exhibitors and that, you know, if you want, we can always set the booth up there and we can have sing along with horse feathers there, old time truck driving songs. So we can just set the overnight drive radio right up there and we can just be blaring away, you know, especially if Moose brings that guitar down there, he can strum on the guitar and we can sing all them old time truck driving songs. How about it?
You'd have them running for the exits, horse feathers. But thanks for the offer, though. I appreciate your concern. Thank you.
Do you think they'd actually let us use the PA system? Maybe we could get it over the whole PA system through the whole facility. What'd you say there is, like 1 million square feet or something? How many square feet is that facility?
It's 1 million square feet. Where's? I've got to get the dynamite. I heard in the news break there, which, by the way, hey, we got clear lines there. Opened up on a Friday at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind as we head toward the weekend here? Did you catch there at the break here a few minutes ago that sanctions announced by the Biden administration this past day, probably the most severe sanctions ever implemented, but at the same time, trying to keep Russia's oil on the market to prevent further price hikes at the pump. In other words, the sanctions were not nearly what they could have been. Top stories, Breitbart News Desk. One of the more famous Wall Street terms is buy the rumor, sell the news. The idea is that markets tend to overshoot in anticipation of an expected turn of events. So a stock will run up before, say, maybe a rumored takeover, and then lose the gain when the deal actually gets announced. That adage applies not just to the cramped confines of the financial markets, but to the real world as well. Often the anticipation of the big event, it contains as much or even more excitement than the thing itself. Now, the world of potentiality has fewer limits than actuality. All right, we saw this yesterday. The market reaction to the news of Russia is invading Ukraine. Stocks around the world fell sharply. Brent crude jumped 8% to more than $105 per barrel. Safe haven assets like treasuries rallied powerfully as the market opened, but all but one of the stocks on the Dow Jones Industrial Average was down. Enter President Biden. The president announced new sanctions on a few more Russian banks, some of the oligarch folks, some of the high-tech export restrictions. There was no plan to restrict Russia from its main role in the global economy, which is a supplier of grains, natural gas, and oil. Russia would remain on the SWIFT system of financial messaging, apparently at the behest of our allies, an indication that there will not be a serious attempt to cut Russia off from its Western sources of income. This was not the package of extreme measures that we had been led to expect. Stocks went on a rally. All the major indexes ended the day in the green. Meanwhile, oil began to drop back below $100 a barrel, and natural gas went flat for the day. The yield on the 10-year Treasury, the safest of safe havens, climbed almost back to where they were before the rockets began to rain down on Ukraine. Perhaps it was a sell the rumor, buy the news, but it amounts to the same thing. It's the tale of big expectations and disappointing results, and if that sounds familiar, it's because it may well become the epitaph of the Biden administration. So the strictest or strongest sanctions ever, but apparently fell far short of what was actually anticipated. All right, here we are. Clear lines at 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up, we'll give you the latest, any new developments from the People's Convoy, which is into day number 2. Having a really difficult time getting any hard numbers. How many are actually participating, as the anticipation is more and more will be joining the convoy. I do have an update. Someone had called the other night about the coming up New Jersey convoy, March the 5th and the 6th. Yeah, we'll give you the very latest on that. It's not actually going to be a part of the People's Convoy, and again, we'll explain. First, let's head on down to, what is it, South Georgia Motorsports Park. What's the name of the track you guys are at there? Hello, Kyle.
Hey, Steve. How's it going, bud? We're down at South Georgia Motorsports Park.
Lights Out 13.
Yes, it's the big one. that we always kick off the season with, and it's been a long week so far. It's been a rough one, and that's sometimes how the first race of the year goes. But you know, the good news is it's a long week. I got down here Tuesday, and you know, I've got quite a few drivers down here, both gassy and diesel, but this is obviously where we set the world record last year this time with the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk S10 Pro Mod, and when we broke into the threes with our 399 last year, and really looking to up that and set a new record this year, and just haven't got it all sorted out quite yet, but we're still fighting.
I saw the video you had posted. I guess that was one of the qualifying runs, and was I correct? Was that some white smoke? And I heard you saying in the background, that's not good. I said, so nothing catastrophic, just what was the deal? Do you know?
Yeah, so we started testing Tuesday, and the S10 just kept kicking the tires, just kept spinning the tires, and so they're trying to get the tune worked out, and it was just a long Tuesday test session. And then we get into Wednesday, tested during the day, and got it figured out, got a good pass in. They ran a 410 at a new mile per hour record, at 185 miles per hour, which is a new speed record for them. And but you got to remember, we're talking, you know, you often hear cars that say they go 0 to 60 in 4 seconds. These guys are going 0 to 185 miles per hour in 4 seconds, and with a 6.7 Cummins, you know, mind you. So really impressed what they do. And so when they got that 410 yesterday, we were like, okay, we're on to something here. And you know, they made some adjustments in the off season, so you kind of got to redial in the truck, you know, because every little difference, you know, you have to do chassis adjustments, suspension adjustments, engine, injector, and so, you know, there's a little bit of dial-in time that we were expecting. So to get the 410 on Wednesday was a really nice thing. And then last night was the first round of qualifying. And I should say that they added a truck class this year to this event. So the S10 is actually running 2 different classes, both this no-time truck class and radial versus the world, which is really the fastest class. And so it's given them a chance to get more passes in, which is good. But last night when we had our first qualifier, everything looked really good after that 410 pass. And, you know, these guys don't like to say, you know, here it comes, this is it, you know, but I could kind of read in between the lines. They were really excited about that pass last night, and all their data showed that it was going to be a big one. And if you saw the video, right off the line, it blew a ton of white smoke out, and that is never, ever a good sign. I really thought the turbo went, and but it turned out Larson shut it down, pulled it off to the side right away, which turns out to be very important. When they got it back to the pits, they, you know, started tearing the engine down to see what the problem was, and it turned out that one of the injectors, with all the pressure that's under that engine, and especially on the fuel rail, you know, they run about 30,000 PSI in those injectors, and we're talking a lot of pressure. And it was just basically there was one, basically it's a nut that holds on the injector, and it backed itself out and stripped the threads off and pushed the injector back. So one of the injectors just flooded the upper side, and that was just all spent fuel. So that was the good news.
Okay.
You know, that was, because it could have been worse for the turbo or something. The bad news is, as with everything on this truck, everything is prototype, you know. You don't have extra parts like that. These are all one-off builds, you know, they do. So, but that coupling that they had to hold the injector in actually was a stock part. So this morning, Levon was driving all over South Georgia, ended up finding a dealership
which ironically last year they run Duramax-based injectors in their Cummins. Long story why, but so he found a Duramax dealer, went in there and bought an injector for $600 to take a 30-cent piece off the injector that holds together this $100,000 engine.
Wow!
And got that on there, and we were up and running today, and all ready again, and got it ready, and waited all night for our another qualifying hit tonight. And unfortunately, they were trying to go through the burnout, heat up the tires, and it just did not want to spool up and started puffing some smoke again. And they pulled it back off the line and tried to torque everything down real quick, got back up to the line before they closed us out tonight, and they just couldn't get it to spool. It just kept popping. So I just got back to the hotel now. They were still, kind of looking at the truck, but they still think it's just the injector. So we're hoping they'll get it fixed. And that's the good thing about this Fire Punk team. These guys don't give up. And we got another qualifier tomorrow. And hopefully we'll lay a good one down and get us into eliminations, and maybe we'll get that pass we're looking for. Yeah. But I will say on the good side, we got some other drivers out here. Ryan Millikin's here with his 67 Chevy Nova, Cummins powered, and he runs in the X275 class. And he had a great pass today in qualifying. He's sitting right in the middle of the field. The field of 73 cars. He's the only diesel. And I think he's sitting in spot 23 right now. So Right now he's made the field, and still got a couple qualifiers to go. So we're looking forward to seeing where that goes.
So pretty excited. So it's a long weekend. That's like, 4 or 5 days of racing down there?
It is long, and it's long days. I've been going from 7 a.m. to midnight each day, and I got a few more to go.
Wow. So I was going to ask, what's the schedule out there, folks that may be coming down to? Do you get a decent crowd, people out there to view the racing, or what time do they start arriving?
Yeah, each day, the crowd's bigger and bigger. Today we had a big crowd, and tomorrow and Saturday it's going to be absolutely packed. This is one of those drag racing events that really packs them in.
Well, thank you so much for the update, Kyle. I appreciate that. We'll keep our fingers crossed. I think this is all being streamed on Flow Racing, correct?
It is on Flow Racing, and I've been going live on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page a few times when the S10 gets up there, so I'll continue to try to do that for everybody. You can watch it on Flow Racing. You can also follow Flow Racing's Facebook page. They're doing a bunch of free previews where they'll run the live feed for free on Facebook for an hour or so. So, keep your eye. And if something big happens, we'll have it on the Facebook page, on Hot Shot's page. So stay tuned, and we'll see what these guys can do.
All right. Well, enjoy your weekend, and thank you again for the update. We'll chat again soon. Have a great night. Good weekend.
All right, Steve. Everybody drive safe out there.
Closing out hour number 1 here on a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Cities in Ukraine are being bombarded as Russia continues invading. Ukrainian President Zelensky has ordered a full military mobilization in response to the invasion. President Biden has announced tougher sanctions on Russia, saying of President Putin,
"This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary."
White House Deputy National Security Advisor Dolly Singh says the sanctions placed on Russia are probably the strongest ever imposed. But there are carve-outs, including trying to keep Russian oil on the market to prevent gas price spikes.
Russia depends on those revenues just as much as the world needs its energy. But we're not going to do anything which causes an unintended disruption to the flow of energy as the global economic recovery is still underway.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Wayne Alaroot, and I want to tell you a real story. A husband and wife were driving home from dinner. While stopped at a light, they were suddenly surrounded by an angry mob, and the mob forced open the driver's side door, attempting to drag the husband from the car. but he reached for his Hero 2020 non-lethal weapon. He shot his attacker twice in the chest, unleashing a powerful chemical pepper irritant, forcing the attackers to back off, and the couple escaped safely. No bullets were fired, no lives were lost. I know how training and preparedness makes the difference. I've seen and reviewed many guns and self-defense products, and the Hero 2020 is one of the easiest to use, carry, and conceal. Plus, it saves lives. Hero 2020 is a high-powered, award-winning, non-lethal defender. That's why I have one in each of my cars and in multiple rooms of my home and office. To order your own Hero 2020, visit Hero2020.com. Use coupon code WAR for a special discount. Hero2020.com. That's Hero2020.com. State law restrictions may apply.
Washington is preparing for the arrival of a convoy of truckers protesting COVID-19 restrictions, including one group that is set to drive en masse from California to the nation's capital. The People's Convoy, which is calling for the immediate lifting of the national emergency declared in response to COVID-19, left Southern California on Wednesday and will travel through states such as Texas, Oklahoma, and Maryland before their planned arrival in the D.C. Beltway on the evening of Saturday, March 5th. 3 former Minneapolis police officers involved in the police killing of George Floyd were found guilty of violating his civil rights by a federal jury. Tu Tao, J. Alexander Kung, and Thomas Lane were found guilty of depriving Floyd of his civil rights by not attending to his medical needs as former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin knelt on Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes in the 2020 killing. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The start of baseball season could be delayed.
Major League Baseball has stated they will begin canceling regular season games if the league and Major League Baseball Players Association can't come to terms on a new collective bargaining agreement by Monday. The games will not be made up and players would not be paid full season salaries. Major League Baseball said a deadline is a deadline, missed games are missed games, and salaries will absolutely not be paid for those games. It is the first time Major League Baseball has publicly said it would shorten the season if a new deal isn't reached by the deadline. Citing health concerns, the league said it wants about 4 weeks of spring training, hence its Monday deadline. Opening day was initially scheduled for March 31st. The sides remain far apart on a new agreement. The union is likely to pull expanded playoffs off the table if players can't be paid for a full season salary. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Conservatives are gathering in Orlando, Florida.
Roughly 20,000 Republicans will convention through Sunday as the Conservative Political Action Conference gets underway. The 4-day gathering will feature discussions with titles like Fire Fauci and the Moron in Chief. State Representative Chip LaMarca says it's a chance for people to get fired up about the direction of the Republican Party and upcoming elections. President Trump is this year's headline speaker. Also on the lectern, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Senators Rick Scott and Marco Rubio. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, welcome back. Round number 2. Making our way to a
Friday. See here, look at the calendar, 25th of February. So here comes our final weekend of February. Of course, we'll come back for a Monday morning on the 28th. And that'll be it. Tuesday morning, March 1 next week. Yeah, one day closer to spring. That's the way I look at it. Now, speaking of, we dealt with plenty of old man winter this weekend. There's more to come. There's a fresh wave of Arctic air poised to dip southward this weekend. And that's going to trigger a new, well, what AccuWeather is referring to as an eruption of dangerous snow squalls for parts of the Northeast. And the cold air is going to rush in behind this big storm, unloading heavy snow across the northern tier of the Northeast and that wintry mix down the mid-Atlantic today. As we know, temperatures have really had their ups and downs from one day to the next since last week. And that's going to continue as we wind down the month of February. Yeah, a couple of examples. New York City. High temperatures over the past couple of weeks have ranged from 59 degrees on the 12th to 25 degrees on the 14th. You were at 68 on the 17th and 36 on the 20th, and then back to 68 on the 23rd. It's just been crazy. The temperature volatility can turn up the intensity on precipitation when a simple cold front comes calling, which that is what is forecast to happen this Sunday. A pocket of dry, cold air settles over the region Saturday. Yeah, that relatively tranquil weather should offer some better travel conditions in the wake of this big storm as they'll be out trying to clear the roads of the heavy snow. The cold air will result in temperatures up to 15 degrees below average. Highs will range from the teens and 20s. That's, yes, highs, not lows, over the northern tier where you've got the snow over the ground. And you'll be in the lower 40s, low to mid 40s in the Chesapeake Bay region. Just ahead of a reinforcing surge of cold air, the temperatures are likely to recover to close to seasonable levels by Sunday afternoon. Yeah, that modest temperature rise will result in highs in the 30s over New England, 50s in the lower part of the mid-Atlantic. But that warm-up may also be just enough to add some extra energy for some snow showers associated with that cold front that will drop in Sunday afternoon into Sunday evening. Yeah, that boost could make the showers a bit heavier than what they might normally be if the air stayed cold. Now, the heavier snow showers, or snow squalls as they refer to them, can hit hard and fast, just like their warm season counterparts. We saw some intense squalls last weekend in parts of the Northeast, a rapid drop in visibility, and yes, some pileups. So if you're going to be venturing out on the highways, especially from northern and western Pennsylvania, all the way to upstate New York and New England, be aware, stay alert for rapidly changing weather conditions where the visibility can drop from unrestricted to just a few hundred feet or less in a matter of seconds. Highways at greatest risk Sunday afternoon into Sunday evening in the Northeast. 79, 80, 81, 86, 7, 8, and 9, I-90, 91, and parts of I-95. The overall coverage and intensity of the squalls for Sunday may be a little less extreme compared to last Saturday, but they can still pose dangers along short stretches of highway. All it takes is that one sudden squall to hit hard and fast in a heavy traffic situation, and you can see those dangerous multi-vehicle pileups. Even though the squalls may either fall short of reaching the mid-Atlantic I-95 corridor, motorists trying to get back to those major cities on Sunday evening may run into some trouble if you're driving through the interior of the mid-Atlantic and New England. All right, forecasters say people planning to travel closely monitor the weather situation. There's the potential that some of those snow squall alerts may be issued, which was the case last weekend. Now, sometimes the best defense during a snow squall situation is avoid driving on the interstates at all. Pull over and delay your travel until the squall passes. The safest time on area highways in the Northeast this weekend, especially in those areas that are the high risk for squalls, will probably be Saturday afternoon through Sunday morning. Sunday could be a very dicey kind of day with the snow squalls there in the Northeast. All right, it's 844-3388. Back to the calls here, and would that be Joe on the line? Who we got?
Steve? Yep, it's Joe. How you doing?
Morning, Joe.
How are you tonight?
I'm doing just fine. Friday, getting set for the weekend. How about you? Any big plans?
No, just another weekend there. I was just thinking there, horse feathers gets down there to the truck show and starts singing. Big Moose are playing. Gilligan and Marianne out the dance floor.
Oh, boy.
Top things off between Al and Chris, and you and the princess take everybody out for a big old dinner there.
Oh, really? Uh-oh. Are you saying I need to bring my credit card?
Well, sure. Sure, you got plenty of those.
Maybe I can order up a Crave case from White Castle for us.
Yeah. That'll work. But it ain't like horse feathers. I ain't never seen no feather on a horse. Have you?
Exactly. Yes. Nor have I. I've never seen hips on a snake. We used to have old Snake Hips used to call the show, and he passed away a few years ago. But where'd they come up with some of these handles? I don't know.
Quite a few guys have passed on over the years.
Yes.
Well, I won't tie you up. I just figure I was sitting here watching the raindrops. I'd call in, say howdy.
Where are you checking out? What part of the country you in, Joe, if you don't mind?
I'm in Winchester, Virginia.
Winchester, Virginia. All right.
I have a local job here in Winchester.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Are you a first-time caller, Joe? I believe you are.
Yeah. Yeah, first time.
Well, doesn't that mean you're in line for a Hot Shot Secret code? Have you tried Hot Shot Secret products to date?
Oh yeah, yep.
So I
like your stuff.
You're familiar. All right. Well, as a first-time caller, I feel obligated. I'm going to get you a code. I've got your number down here. We'll get you a code. $60, and you can apply that to stock up when you make your next Hot Shot Secret order.
Thank you.
All right. Well, don't be a stranger, Joe. I'd rather check in anytime, and have a safe weekend there in West Virginia. Okay, looking at the press release, New Jersey. This is in regards to the New Jersey convoy that'll be coming up, not this weekend, but the following, in solidarity with our brothers and sisters nationwide in the Global Freedom Convoy phenomenon, a peaceful, nonpartisan convoy and rally has been planned statewide in New Jersey, March 5 and 6. We Americans love our freedoms and love the Constitution of the United States of America. This convoy aims to restore our civil liberties and freedoms. We demand the end to the unconstitutional mandates. We aim to protect freedom of choice for future generations. It is not about political parties, but more so about a government that's forgotten its place and has no regard for our founding fathers' instructions, the Constitution of the United States of America. Now, we saw the Emergency Health Powers Act and the state of emergency. Under the New Jersey Civilian Defense and Disaster Control Act, it was to be for a period of 30 days. As we've now seen, it has been repeatedly extended for almost 2 years now. Originating under Executive Order number 103, March the 9th of 2020. The EHPE, the Emergency Health Powers Act, gives New Jersey's governor broad authority to take action during a public health crisis without needing the legislature's approval. The legislature is, in fact, our voice as the people of this state. This power has been abused. We demand our voices be heard once again. We, the people of all political affiliations and walks of life, demand our democracy be restored. The North New Jersey Convoy begins March 5 in Mahwah, and the South New Jersey Convoy starts on March 6th. Our entire schedule of state events are peaceful, nonpartisan, lawful, and family child friendly. Political flags of all kinds are discouraged other than the United States flag. Salem County Fairgrounds, New Jersey, final send-off event Sunday at 2 p.m. This will feature a live concert by New Jersey native musical artist and patriot Michael Graves, the former frontman and singer-songwriter of The Misfits, and local New Jersey band Imagination. Our Garden State's farmers are invited to join our truckers, food trucks, festivities for children, including a Cards for Truckers craft workshop, and many other exciting features for all ages will be available to the public on this 25-plus acre venue. Plenty of free overnight parking for the convoy participants. Special guest speakers to be announced shortly from all walks of life and political perspectives. Additionally, the New Jersey Convoy plans include a mid-route welcome rally on March 5 at the New Egypt Speedway, starting at 6:30 p.m. Again, special guest speakers, entertainment, music, food, all available for this event. The public is free to attend both rallies and support our truckers and passenger vehicles participating in this convoy. You're encouraged to bring donations of sealed food, snacks, water, clothing, cards from kids, and things of that nature for the truckers as they prepare to venture out as a peaceful display of freedom. A trailer will be available at both events to drop off supplies, food, and other donations for our truckers. A list of recommended items can be found on the official New Jersey Convoy social media links and websites, which they have listed there. The New Jersey Convoy Peaceful Assembly does not officially condone nor discourage any convoy participants from venturing onward to our nation's capital. It's entirely up to the individual participant of these convoys to make those decisions. Now, the New Jersey Convoy begins and ends in the state of New Jersey. Salem County Fairgrounds rally is our final destination after this lawful, peaceful state assembly of nonpartisan solidarity. We are unpaid volunteers, not under the umbrella of any organization, corporation, or political party. Solidarity is an awareness of shared interest, objectives, and sympathies, creating a psychological sense of unity or groups of classes. All right, so they've got the list here. Little disclaimer at the end. The New Jersey Convoy, as I said, does not officially condone or discourage any participants from venturing onward. So they're not, I guess, the entire convoy, not officially going to continue on down to merge with the larger The People's Convoy. But you are free to, if you would like, to continue on down. So that's very interesting out of New Jersey there. Just people trying to come together, wanting their voices to be heard. All right, get back to your calls after a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Good morning to Scooter. Checking in via email from Bowling Green, Ohio. And he says, 24 degrees. We've got the freezing rain, sleet, snow. What a mess. All right, be careful there. Yeah, Bowling Green, Ohio. Mary Ellen said, Mother Nature appears to be going through menopause. That's a fair observation. Yeah. What's going on, Mother Nature? A portion of a Missouri highway was shut down for several hours after a semi lost its load on Wednesday. Just outside Kansas City, Missouri, Highway 169, according to KMBC News, the massive slab of concrete was on the back of a truck on its way to a construction site when it fell off the trailer. Mechanical failure. This slab weighed an estimated 50,000 pounds. You could see the skid marks on the roadway where the slab began to fall and the truck started coming to a stop. Of course, they had to bring in heavy equipment, a couple of tow trucks, to lift the slab and lower it onto another tractor trailer so they could haul it away. So it closed for several hours there. Luckily, it didn't come off. And they have someone tooling down the highway run into that. That'd leave a mark. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Let's get back to the calls here. What's happening with Chevy Guy? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Forgive me for being angry. All right, the trucker convoy. All right, I'm okay with it. I'm like here or there, whatever. Like I said, last week news is already out that Democrats are trying to back out of all this stuff because they know Biden's leading them into a bloodbath come next election. But then these guys say this is a nonpartisan, non-political. Come on. All these Republican governors, all of them, were called, the one up there in North Dakota, the young, beautiful young lady, you got DeSantis, you got, even South Carolina, you got Texas. You got all these governors that stood up against these mask and mandates were being called by the media murderers and killers and all this. Well, by the way, everything was just about average. But up there where these Democrat governors were masking people, shooting people, with the drugs, putting people in nursing homes and killing people. I'm sorry. It is political. The Republicans were not taking your freedom away from you. It was the Democrats. And I'm sorry, if let's say by the end of this week or the end of this month, everything works, the mandate's over. Well, who's that benefits? The freaking Democrats. Because by the time election time comes around, the American people will forget all about it. Oh, but the gas price is going to be high. Now, Steve, I don't know if you went out at the top of the hour to get a smoke. You might have missed the top of the hour news. Yes, there's a reason why the oil prices are dropping. It's because we're going to put the pressure on everything but Russian oil.
Mm-hmm.
And in that news story, it was stated that we depend on the oil as much as the Russians do.
Yep.
So every time you hear that we're sending weapons to the Ukraine, in other words, we're just handing them over to the Russians right now. And as for Colonel Vindman, I talked about that last night. If you remember, he's the one that worked with Adam Schiff to stab Donald Trump in the back. And I'm thinking, how do you like it now? You know where? He actually was on there, a video. And I listened to him. You know who he's blaming? He's blaming Sean Hannity, Tucker Carlson, and Donald Trump. You've got blood on your hands because you're telling people that, that Ukraine is not a protectorate. We have no business sending troops in there. So, you have blood in your hands because you helped get Joe Biden elected, and you supported the lies against a president that was actually standing up to the Russians, Chinese. No, I mean, you know what? If the Ukrainians, if he's a representative of Ukrainians, I think a general once said, you just can't fight stupid. People are stuck on stupid, and we can't fix that. So, other than that, great show so far. But no, I'm just simple-minded, and I believe keep it the way, I listen to what people say, and I hear what they say sometimes. But dadgummit, no, I know who's got blood on their hands, and I know who don't. So, above all, I'm going to tell you what, this country, my fellow Americans, are not a piece of defecate in a toilet bowl. There's plenty of people out here that are standing up for what's right and doing their best. Now, I'm telling you, this vote coming up, I'm scared. If we don't get it done and get it done right, then we are in big, big trouble. Because in a big sign of whether we're successful or not is if we got the Steve Summer overnight drive on our system, on our phones and on our apps. I mean, the freedom of speech is the final nail in the coffin if they take that away from us. So other than that, because, hey, you already seen on the news feed, you see what we're being spoon-fed. And then, so other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and try not to get a bunch of people mad at me. How about it?
Oh, yeah, you'd never do that, Chevy guy. Let's see. Just looking at some of the headlines here. I did share the story. Kiev to fall by this weekend. Chernobyl captured. Russia has taken Chernobyl this past day. Let's see. Many Ukrainians. Yeah, remember this? Wasn't it just like about a week ago when Russia was saying we're pulling our forces back? It was Wednesday, a week ago, this past Wednesday, when the so-called deadline kind of rolled around where Zelensky said Russia was going to invade by that date. And Russia was kind of making fun of them. See, we didn't invade, but kind of tantalizing them. And then many Ukrainians were out of the street kind of celebrating that, see, we told you, they're not going to invade. They shrugged it off. And now it's a mad dash, looking for cover, looking to get out of the country. Just many escaping to Poland. A mass exodus. All right, news break time here. Our number, 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is following through after his warning to Vladimir Putin, announcing even more sanctions to Russia now that they're invading Ukraine.
The sanctions we've imposed exceed SWIFT. The sanctions we imposed exceed anything that's ever been done. The sanctions we imposed have generated 2/3 of the world joining us. They are profound sanctions. Let's have a conversation in another month or so to see if they're working.
British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is also announcing financial punishments to Russia.
These trade sanctions will constrain Russia's military, industrial, and technological capabilities for years to come.
Reports say that Russian troops have seized control of the area around the decommissioned Chernobyl nuclear power plant. That area is still radioactive, and it's only 60 miles from Kyiv. This is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15, decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, good morning to Dave, checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine. Forecast is 1 to 2 feet of snow tomorrow. And cold for the next week. 0 for lows, teens for highs. Yeah, winter's not over just yet, right? Brr, bundle up, throw another log on the fire. Jimmy Jammer checks in this morning. Hello to Eric, Morning Steve and the overnight crew. Hello to Sylvester. Hey, folks, cloudy, 77. We are praying for the Ukrainian people and their democratically elected government. God bless Ukraine. All right, good to have you on board. There's Kentucky Ken. Rise and shine. It's almost driving time. Kentucky Ken listening in. Safe travels to all. Very good. Now, there was a series of what they're describing as skillfully completed semi-truck thefts recently in southeastern Texas that have investigators convinced they're probably connected. The most recent happened in the Bridge City Walmart parking lot earlier this week, leaving truck driver Vicki Fowler without her home away from home. This is my livelihood, she says. I've got all my electronic devices, laptop, everything that you need, most of my clothing, everything that you have at home. I live in my truck, all but approximately 34 hours every 2 weeks. In other words, 70 hours a month, I'm home. Other than that, everything's in the truck. Now, she said she always parks her truck in the parking lot when she's home, but when she first noticed her truck missing, she assumed Walmart had towed it. However, upon further investigation, she noticed her truck's GPS and other systems had been torn out of the cab, thrown on the ground. That's when she knew something was wrong. They, the thieves, know what they're doing. They wouldn't have known to take all this stuff out of here. Now, this is the third truck to be stolen out of the area recently. The previous two were stolen out of a Beaumont truck stop parking lot. All three thefts happened within days of each other. Jared Dupree, Southeast Texas Auto Theft Task Force investigator, who's investigating this string of trailer thefts, said Fowler's probably right to assume the thieves are familiar with semi-trucks in some way. Yeah, we don't see many tractor-trailer thefts. Usually, when we do see tractor thefts, the suspects know what they're doing. They come in, usually from an outside area, steal the vehicle, and get out. Now, 18-wheelers and truck tractors in particular, you have to know how to start them. You'd have to know how to get inside them, and therefore that leads us to believe the person that stole these might possibly be related. Anyway, for Fowler, she said, the truck lost a giant blow. I hope the thieves will do the right thing and turn the rig in. Yeah, right. All right. Sad scenario, but yeah, she's not alone. And with that, back to your calls on a Friday. The Carolina Monkey Gouger on board. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. Happy Friday. Today's my 10-year anniversary at Cargill Meat Logistics.
Wow.
Another milestone went by riding with the Steve Sommers show. We done got today was our 10-year anniversary. So I was pretty happy about that.
Monkey Gouger, it seems like just yesterday you had changed jobs. It's been 10 years. I can't believe that.
10 years. It's been exactly today. I got a notice on it. I said, doggone. I called and said, what I get, a jacket? A hat? No. We just called to tell you, happy 10-year anniversary.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Good deal, No chocolate cake, no chocolate donut.
No Rolex, no grandfather
nothing.
clock. Wow.
Yeah, you don't talk about that Rolex. Talk about that Rolex. I first started trucking, got out on my own there and went to work for refrigerated transport out of Atlanta, Georgia. When you was there for 10 years, they'd give you a watch. And it was, back in the day, if you got one of them Bullabas or what was that other El Cheapo name watch that done Timex or something,
Timex. Keeps on a ticking.
Yeah, Psycho, whatever they called it. Well, they give me a brand new Seiko watch. Had that little chili willy in the middle of it. And, I was proud of that thing. I'd been with this company 10 years, and, I was really happy about this thing. And I went running out there in the yard, and one of the senior drivers, a fellow that had a lot to helping me get started in trucking over by the house. I said, hey, look what I got. Look at what I got. He said, what the hell is that? I said, that's my 10-year watch. He took it off my arm, turned it upside down, everything fell right off in the parking lot. Boom-yow! He said, that's what they think about you.
Wow.
But I went back up there. I took the part and went back up there. They said, we never seen one do that. But they give me another watch. But, it was hilarious. Steve, does anybody know the location of this ground road up there at Pontotoc, Pennsylvania?
I'm not familiar, no.
Well, if somebody knows where Pontotoc, the ground road it lives, let me know.
Oh, what the hell? You're talking about Punxsutawney Phil. I didn't even learn you. Punxsutawney Phil, you big dummy.
Whatever that thing is, overgrown rat.
Right.
I'm going to go out there and punch him out.
Oh, boy.
I had enough of this here snow and ice and sleet. Last night it took me 8 hours to do what I do in 4. It was white knuckle time last night, no text, Big Sex and all that. Big Sexy was slugging it out up there, chunking papers and delivering the mail and everything else, and we was all kind of trying to get through it together. About 8:30 this morning, I get this phone call, man. I'm dead. I'm dead. I said, who in the hell is calling me at 8:30 in the morning? Look down there, and it's Mama Gouger.
Mm.
And she said, what are you doing? I said, I'm trying to sleep. She said, you know what I'm doing? I said, what? She said, I just missed a hole-in-one on number 1 at the golf course. It's 79 degrees. I said, kiss my ass. And I told her I went back to sleep. And she called me back about 5 o'clock. She said, you in a better mood? I said, well, honey, I said, I was kind of short with you, and I apologize for that. But I said, I had been up on pins and needles all night driving on these damn slick-ass roads. And then my wife called me at 8:30 in the morning telling me she missed a hole-in-one by 6 inches. It was 74 degrees. I said, what the hell was I supposed to do? She said, I probably told you to kiss my ass, too. I said, okay, darling, I love you, too. So, anyway, we got that out of the way. But Have you got a report, or have we got anybody that called this show? We're getting conflicting reports down here in the Fort Worth area. It still froze over or what, but I know one thing. We ain't passed a vehicle or a tractor trailer or nothing going northbound in the last hour. I don't know if they all froze up down there or what's going on.
Somebody out there.
Steve got that
see if we
magic
can get it
radar.
up.
He'll look it up.
Okay.
Can't get a hold of nobody on the damn radio. You know, they all listen to something else. I give up on that. But I mean, it's northbound traffic is almost zero, and it's making me think something's going on down there in Fort Worth, Dallas area.
Okay.
So, other than that, man, that's about all we got tonight. Everything's going good. I reckon you're going to enjoy your Skullbuster weekend.
I'll probably give it
watch the big race
I'll give it a shot. I don't even where's the big race this weekend?
I think they racing out in California. You know, after that wreck fest they had last Sunday, and them Ford drivers knocking them Chevrolet drivers out right and left. Man, that was a mess last week. Tires running off, cars and everything else. You know, I wish that NASCAR would just leave well enough alone. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If they want to race IndyCar racing, run IndyCar. You know, all these cars now is IndyCar with bodies on them. The little old tires ain't got no meat on them. Got the same spindle on it as them IndyCar. You know, just one lug nut holding them on, or whatever you want to call that thing to screw them down on and everything. And I was really disappointed in the Chevrolet camp. I just knew that we were going to look better than what we did, buddy. But we look kind of pitiful there. We got our butt waxed, that's for sure.
To say the least.
So,
one Chevrolet in the top 10, and it was at number 10, correct?
I think that's the way it was. The rest of them was Ford and them Jappa crappers.
Yep. I think 7 Fords, 2 Toyotas, and 1 Chevrolet.
Somebody, it was reported on one. Now this is on that facial book. You know how bad it lies.
Mm-hmm.
That Tony Stewart has told Ford that after this year, they was going back to Dodge. They was going to try and run to Dodge, go back to the Dodge camp. And they got a picture of Tony in front of the Dodge and everything. So maybe we're going to see a resurgence of another American car maker coming back in. I don't know.
Interesting.
But Steve, there's something I want to ask you. Now, how many of these convoys are leaving California, and who's doing what? I mean, there's one of them convoys that's supposed to link up Alan West and a bunch of other people that's going to be in that convoy. Which is which?
Well, the People's Convoy, that's the one that left out of California. Yes, when they get over, I guess, to the Texas line, Alan West and who was somebody else, yeah, you're right, that was going to be joining them across like the Texas Panhandle there. I don't know that they're going to be going all the way with them to D.C. or not.
Well, you know, there's doctors, lawyers, nurses, everybody's in this, not just truckers. There's a bunch of other people involved in this thing. And I don't know if they made it all the way to Amarillo, but I know I was going to stop and get me a cup of coffee over at the Petro a while ago when I come through there. Hell, you couldn't find a parking place nowhere, and there was American flag flying everywhere on trucks and stuff. So I don't know if they made it that far, or them guys was in support, or what was going on.
I believe they're still back. They're not to Texas yet. They were crossing Arizona this past. I mean, they spent the night. We're in Kingman, and I think there's it's another Arizona stop tonight, if memory serves.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, I support them guys. You know, it's got to start somewhere, and hope they get on through without no trouble. And like I say, I'm in support of them. And hope they can open some eyes up there in the Beltway, because it sounds like they got a real welcome committee waiting on them up there.
Yep. It was Ted Nugent. That's the other guy. Ted Nugent was going to be joining them as well.
Yeah.
That
I read something. I think it was an Overdrive or the CDLI that the Robert Kennedy Jr. Foundation was in support of them. They were going to help them out when they got up to D.C. or something. There's a lot of people that's got involved in this thing that is not only truck drivers that's involved that we're not getting the whole story on. You know, we never get the whole story from this news media. But the other thing I wanted to throw out there, I wonder how NBC, like that big old, spending all them billions of dollars, and the viewership went down by 49% over the Olympics.
Bad year for the Olympics, wasn't it?
It sure was. I mean, what turned my stomach was when they come out in the newspaper and they had that American skier or skater, whatever she was, switched over to the shy comms and got them to go. Now, I'm done. I could care less who wins what, who does what. I don't care no more.
Yep.
I'd had enough of them when that soccer team showed their ass to no end. So, anyway, buddy, we're going to back on out of here and enjoy them Skull Busters, and maybe we'll get to talk some NASCAR Sunday night.
All right. Well, have a good weekend there. Carolina Monkey Gouger will return into here on a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, so indeed it was Alan West, Ted Nugent. One of the more... The People's Convoy is obviously the most prominent that departed California Wednesday. And they're going to be arriving in D.C. I believe it's right about, it's in March 5th, somewhere 6th, something like that. There's, according to Headlines USA, a separate convoy entitled The Freedom Convoy USA 2022, which is being promoted by Maryland gubernatorial candidate Kyle Sepsic. Supposedly they've got 38,000 registered participants. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I'll believe that one. I mean, maybe 38,000 people have joined their Facebook page, but they're not, no way. Registered participants? Here was the scoop. It was far left Representative Ruben Gallego, the Democrat from Arizona. He's the one that hinted here in the U.S. we need to follow Canada's lead to confiscate the trucks and redistribute them to illegally to others. Now, Alan West made a statement that said he's proud to join the people who are peacefully assembling to petition the government over a redress of grievances, just like the truckers in Canada had done. Totalitarian vaccine mandates and mask mandates have no place in the West, let alone the state of Texas, of course, where he resides. We cannot allow draconian measures to be cemented by leftist tyrants. A couple of minutes before we hit news up. Yeah, the final scores are in. We heard that on the news a couple nights ago. NBC, no doubt, happy that the winter games are over in the rearview mirror. According to Nielsen ratings, they reached an average combined audience of 11.4 million people in prime time on NBC, the USA cable network, and Peacock streaming service. That is the lowest ever American audience for any Olympics. Down 42% from the Winter Games in South Korea just 4 years, 2018. Now, for NBC alone, the primetime telecast reached an average of 9.3 million viewers, down 48% from South Korea. These games never captured the public's imagination, obviously hurt by COVID restrictions that had most of the announcers working a half a world away. The announcers were actually setting at a studio in Connecticut, no less, which diminished the world from broadcast television. Let's see. They did beat every other network in prime time during the games, though. They say only Pro Football can say the same this season. Okay. Not good numbers, but yeah, the price they had paid, because they've got that multi-year deal, the multi-year contract through, I don't know, decades, wasn't it? Decades that they had paid billions of dollars to have exclusivity to those games. Our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Cities in Ukraine are being bombarded as Russia continues invading. Ukrainian President Zelensky has ordered a full military mobilization in response to the invasion. President Biden has announced tougher sanctions on Russia, saying of President Putin,
"This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary."
White House Deputy National Security Advisor Dolly Singh says the sanctions placed on Russia are probably the strongest ever imposed. But there are carve-outs, including trying to keep Russian oil on the market to prevent gas price spikes.
Russia depends on those revenues just as much as the world needs its energy. But we're not going to do anything which causes an unintended disruption to the flow of energy as the global economic recovery is still underway.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Wayne Alaroot, and I want to tell you a real story. A husband and wife were driving home from dinner. While stopped at a light, they were suddenly surrounded by an angry mob, and the mob forced open the driver's side door, attempting to drag the husband from the car. But he reached for his Hero 2020 non-lethal weapon. He shot his attacker twice in the chest, unleashing a powerful chemical pepper irritant, forcing the attackers to back off, and the couple escaped safely. No bullets were fired, no lives were lost. I know how training and preparedness makes the difference. I've seen and reviewed many guns and self-defense products, and the Hero 2020 is one of the easiest to use, carry, and conceal. Plus, it saves lives. Hero 2020 is a high-powered, award-winning, non-lethal defender. That's why I have one in each of my cars and in multiple rooms of my home and office. To order your own Hero 2020, visit Hero2020.com. Use coupon code WAR for a special discount. Hero2020.com. That's Hero2020.com. State law restrictions may apply.
Washington is preparing for the arrival of a convoy of truckers protesting COVID-19 restrictions, including one group that is set to drive en masse from California to the nation's capital. The People's Convoy, which is calling for the immediate lifting of the national emergency declared in response to COVID-19, left Southern California on Wednesday and will travel through states such as Texas, Oklahoma, and Maryland before their planned arrival in the D.C. Beltway on the evening of Saturday, March 5th. 3 former Minneapolis police officers involved in the police killing of George Floyd were found guilty of violating his civil rights by a federal jury. Tu Tao, J. Alexander Kung, and Thomas Lane were found guilty of depriving Floyd of his civil rights by not attending to his medical needs as former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin knelt on Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes in the 2020 killing. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The start of baseball season could be delayed.
Major League Baseball has stated they will begin canceling regular season games if the league and Major League Baseball Players Association can't come to terms on a new collective bargaining agreement by Monday. The games will not be made up and players would not be paid full season salaries. Major League Baseball said a deadline is a deadline, missed games are missed games, and salaries will absolutely not be paid for those games. It is the first time Major League Baseball has publicly said it would shorten the season if a new deal isn't reached by the deadline. Citing health concerns, the league said it wants about 4 weeks of spring training, hence its Monday deadline. Opening day was initially scheduled for March 31st. The sides remain far apart on a new agreement. The union is likely to pull expanded playoffs off the table if players can't be paid for a full season salary. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Conservatives are gathering in Orlando, Florida.
Roughly 20,000 Republicans will convention through Sunday as the Conservative Political Action Conference gets underway. The 4-day gathering will feature discussions with titles like Fire Fauci and the Moron in Chief. State Representative Chip LaMarca says it's a chance for people to get fired up about the direction of the Republican Party and upcoming elections. President Trump is this year's headline speaker. Also on the lectern, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Senators Rick Scott and Marco Rubio. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back to a Friday. OvernightDriveRadio.com or TNCRadio.live as well on a Friday. I apologize. I failed to mention yesterday, the 24th, was Tom Kelly's birthday there. Happy birthday. Happy belated birthday, Tom, as we're now into a Friday. So he took up, I guess, most of the day yesterday. Coincidentally, today is Shelley Johnson's birthday. Happy birthday, Shelley. February 25. She's going to be off most of the day today as well. Coming up later this morning, though, TNCRadio.live. Remember when a Big Mac cost $1? A Few Good Men was a box office hit. Garth Brooks was topping the charts. Memories. Marcia Campbell brings you music and memories from 1992. Following our program this morning, 5 a.m. America's Truckin' Sweetheart, 5 a.m. right after the overnight drive, followed by Captain Tom Kirk, Captain Kirk, and Keep On Talkin'. This week, stay with TNCRadio.live for part 2 of his interview with the Australian Outback trucker Sludge. Does Captain Kirk... He's going to ask him what it's like to drive upside down. How do you do that? Well, I guess we'll find out at 6 o'clock this morning Easter time. TNCRadio.live. All right. Monkey gouge. What did he call it? Punatonksi. It's Gobbler's Knob. Gobbler's Knob. That's where you'll find Punxsutawney Phil, that overgrown rodent. All he did was tell you 6 more weeks of winter, so it looks like he wasn't lying. He got it right this time around. So again, welcome into a Friday here. Hope you've had a good week. Let's check in with the CNI dog this morning. Hey there, what's happening?
Good morning. Extreme weather impersonator, CNI dog here. I left Chicago out of the north there on 294. It was just water with the light snow coming down. When I got onto I-57 off of 294, those slightly snow-covered roads going to the south. But now I'm south of Kankakee, the town of Kankakee, and the roads are wet now. It looks like possibly freezing rain, or a little bit of rain. But the roads are pretty good salted.
Okay.
And I was listening to your show from yesterday. It sounds like E-Wave wants to start another cage match. I'm not too sure.
I don't know. Was it another cage match, or was it another a revisit to Romper Room?
Right? Oh, Sesame Street, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, my buddy Steve, used to call it a lot. I sent him a text message. I said, maybe Sesame Street, I don't know. Yeah. What I love about your show is the freedom of speech, but, you got to kind of collect your thoughts and figure out what direction you're traveling in your thought process. You know what I mean? Sometimes I get it. Some people, forget and they could waffle one way or the other. It happens. But even if you're wrong, or even if I'm wrong, okay, I still like the fact that we have freedom of speech to be able to discuss, topics and manners and all this stuff. And, let the listeners decide on how they feel about things. So, I'm excited about the new racing season and the Fire Pumped Diesel. I had a problem with a 75 Monte Carlo had a lot of white smoke, and it was the head gasket. But I guess with the injectors in the fuel rail, my buddy had a problem with his van where one of the injectors went bad, and you can literally see fuel pouring out of the exhaust pipe. So, I could see that happening too. But I'm hoping they get it up to snuff there and and top their record. All right, I'm gonna. You probably got my phone number on the list there, but if you don't, I can send it through the email. Sometime give me a call here. I would appreciate it. And you have yourself a wonderful evening. And like I said, the roads are wet south of Kankakee. Extreme weather impersonator, CNI dog. I'm out.
Thank you much. Thanks for the update there. All right. Yeah, of course, radar still depicting a lot of that mixed precip there. I guess the good news is with the temperatures as they are, still rather moderate in that region. Yeah, treatments work very well on the roadways right now. They're rolling up on 11 past the hour. Under the industry headlines. All right, I'm just going to share the info, and I don't know, you tell me what you think. White-collar tech industry employees are ready to hand over the keys of autonomous trucks to blue-collar truckers. San Francisco-based autonomous truck technology company Embark Trucks and Phoenix-based Knight Swift Transportation are launching what they are calling a truck transfer program. Rather than using Embark employees, the program will allow Knight Swift drivers to operate the autonomous trucks during the testing phase. An Embark spokesperson says Knight Swift trucks will be equipped with Embark's Level 4 autonomous truck technology. For the truck transfer program, the Embark driver software will run with only a subset of features available. A properly licensed and trained safety driver will be present behind the wheel at all times to ensure regulatory compliance. Until now, Embark and other autonomous companies have been testing the technology exclusively in-house. The truck transfer program allows Knight Swift to own, maintain, and deploy autonomous trucks, including using the carrier's drivers to operate the vehicle. Now, despite autonomous features, state and federal laws require a qualified driver behind the wheel at all times. Embark tells Landline there will be a transition phase in which it works with Knight Swift drivers to train them on how to oversee the autonomous system. Drivers will undergo similar training to what Embark drivers complete, which includes a thorough education of the technology, driving behavior, and monitoring techniques. Once the pilot program is up and running, Knight Swift drivers will be behind the wheel of the autonomous trucks, hauling Knight Swift loads that are dispatched by Knight Swift dispatchers and maintained by Knight Swift mechanics. I can see the memes, I can hear the jokes already. I'll leave it at that. That's all I'll say. Okay, there's the info. That's the scoop. What's going on, Gilligan?
Oh, not much. Just driving up 81 E3
There you go.
Hey, Steve, I am glad to hear you're going to take me, Marianne, and Horse Feathers out to dinner
Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice of me? Yes.
Where are we going? Texas Roadhouse?
I told you.
I could use a big G-Man steak.
I already told you. All I can afford is a Crave case. We'll hook up with 30 White Castles and see how far they can go.
Yeah, we know better than that. Just whip out that credit card. I know. We know you got that big raise. Yeah. I'm sure Horse Feathers wouldn't object to Texas Roadhouse. I think that's mine and Marianne's favorite steakhouse. Boy, it's going to be a good trip. Hey, Monkey Gouger talking about old Punxsutawney Phil up there. I tell you, I must suggest not going up there looking to get rid of him. Years ago, I went up there and made the same thing, and I said, I told somebody up there, and I got told I'd get in less trouble if I shoved the mayor. They're awful defensive in that old groundhog.
Yeah, right.
You know, that's their claim to fame. It's up there off I-80. They're over the western part of Pennsylvania. I've actually delivered there a couple times. You know, he's talking about Swift at night going to those autonomous trucks. Well, there's a bright spot. Let's think about this. Well, it sounds to me like maybe the Swift drivers' driving habits will improve. What do you think?
Yeah.
It's got to get better. Come on now. You know? Yeah. I'm going to expand a little bit on Victor's call last night. I know that's hard to do. He was talking about the restoration of former Soviet Union, what Putin was trying to do, and how this history of Ukraine, Soviet Union and Ukraine's history goes way back. I think Putin's trying to be the next Joe Stalin. I hate to say it, but I think he's kind of following Stalin's steps. What do you think?
I mean, that's what it sounds like that. And when they're telling us, when Anthony Blinken's saying they are concerned about Ukraine might not be the end game, how deranged might Putin be?
I don't know whether you know the history of Ukraine. Stalin took power or not. But soon after he took power, he went into the Ukraine and he took the farmers' food, their winter clothing, and everything, and basically froze and starved them out. And then he put people from the cities down to those farms because he thought it was, it was more fair to take it away from these people that had so much and give it to people that didn't have it. That was his way of thinking. To steal from working, give to the lazy. The Constitution in this country now. That's the communist socialist way. And he's right. Victor's he's pretty much usually always dead on. But yes, the Ukrainians, when the Germans come in, there were several Ukrainians that joined the German army in SS divisions because foreigners could only be in the SS, certain divisions of that. And they figured Hitler was the lesser of two evils as opposed to Stalin.
Yeah.
I've seen interviews with a Finnish soldier that had the same problem. Hitler, they thought Hitler couldn't be as bad as Stalin. They joined Hitler for that reason.
If they had only known.
Foreigners were not allowed. You cut me off? Hello?
No, I said if they had only known, Gilligan, if they had only known.
Exactly. It's sad that, but they didn't know anything. Well, by the way, I am going to give a word out. If anybody's looking for horse feathers at the shed, he'll be the one with the tractor or the leash. That's his emotional support
His
tractor.
emotional support tractor.
Look for a guy walking around the show dragging a tractor. That'll be horse feathers with his emotional support tractor. That's about all I got for now, Steve.
That's all we can handle on a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude.
Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Renly.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, if you hadn't heard, we're supposed to get some sort of an update from the Centers for Disease Control today, which, according to some supposedly in the know, will significantly loosen the mask-wearing mandates, the guidelines in regards to COVID. According to, again, several familiar with the matter, meaning most of us will no longer be advised to wear masks in indoor public settings. CDC today will announce a change to the metrics they use to determine whether to recommend face coverings, shifting from looking at the COVID case counts to a more, quote, holistic view of the risk to the coronavirus to a specific community. Under the current guidelines, masks are recommended for people residing in communities of substantial or high transmission. Roughly 95% of U.S. counties. The new metrics will still consider caseloads, but also take into account hospitalizations and local hospital capacity, which have been markedly improving since the Omicron variant. Indications are Omicron obviously less severe than the earlier strains. Under the new guidelines, the vast majority of Americans will no longer live in areas where indoor masks in public will be recommended. As the Biden administration moves to shift their focus to preventing serious illness and death rather than all instances of infection. Now, that's one of the keys. Chevy Guy, the last couple of nights, he's talked about, hey, they're gonna back off on all these mandates anyway. If you pay attention, the focus on preventing severe illness and death, according to the administration, the way to do that is the shot. Now, they're sticking to that, at least for the time being. Until that changes, who knows when that'll be. But all right, it's one step forward. I mean, does that mean we're going to finally be able to allow our children to go to school without wearing masks? It's just, it boggles my mind watching the grandkids going into class. Many of the teachers not wearing masks, but the students all being masked up. All right, 844-844-3388 on a Friday. What's happening this morning, Eagle?
Yeah, hold on for a minute. Okay, I'm ready. I'm out here on the road tonight, brother. It's cold. I'm down here in Texas right now, Steve. I'm not in the Dallas area, but I was keeping an eye on the Dallas news today. And yeah, Dallas is pretty bad. They got a lot of ice and slick roads, and they got a lot of accidents. The Mucky Gouger was saying that he didn't see no traffic. That's probably the reason why a lot of people staying at home. It's advising people not to hit the roads in Dallas, Fort Worth area.
Okay.
Because they had a couple of bad accidents. They had a bad truck accident today. A truck 18-wheeler. I seen it on the YouTube video in Dallas. A police officer was doing a accident scene, and another truck 18-wheeler came up on the scene. I guess he hit the brakes and the truck started sliding, and he lost control of the truck, and the trailer literally fell out on the patrol car. The police car is up under the trailer. So I think the officer wasn't in the car, but the police car is destroyed. But it had the interstate shut down for a long time. But yeah, they've had a lot of accidents in the Dallas area today because it's pretty cold. I'm in Texas right now, and it's only like about 20 degrees where I'm at right now. So it's definitely got a cold. That cold snap definitely hit the Texas area big time. The last couple of days, hopefully it'll be moving out pretty soon. I hope, because it's pretty bad. The cold and everything. But yeah, Steve, I wanted to talk to you tonight, man, about this situation in Ukraine. This guy Putin, man, he's taking it a little bit too far. Yeah, I don't know if you said anything about it, but I don't know if you heard. This guy is taking over a nuclear plant, the Chernobyl plant that blew up in 1986. They say that this guy, for some reason, that was one of the first things he wanted to take over. What his plans are for this nuclear plant, I have no idea. But it's never good when somebody's playing games with nuclear stuff. So it's not looking good. This guy is a very dangerous man, Vladimir Putin, because he doesn't care about his people and nobody else's people from the way it looks. And like I say, Joe Biden. Like I said, these sanctions, like I told you before, you seen again today. I listened to Joe Biden's press conference, and he made a complete joke out of himself again today, Steve. And as a matter of fact, he basically called himself in a lie that he's working with Vladimir Putin, or he's got Vladimir Putin has something on this guy, Steve. You can clearly see it today. One of the reporters asked him a question. They said, "How come you didn't cut off Vladimir Putin's finances? How come you didn't shut those down? Why are you only talking about sanctioning the people in the country? Why are you not trying to sanction Putin himself?" And good old Joe Biden didn't have no answer for that. Doesn't that sound like a man that's compromised?
It does.
Okay, well, how come he didn't? They asked him point blank, "Why didn't you cut off Vladimir Putin? Cut him off?" And he had no answer. Then they asked him another question. It's the same thing I've been telling you for months now, that he's compromised with China. One of the reporters asked him about China. What do you plan on doing with China if they try to invade Taiwan? And he said that he's not ready to answer that question at the time. That's what he said today at his press. He's not ready to talk about China. So that, like I say, this guy is compromised by both Russia and China. And it's a damn shame that we got a man like that representing the U.S. because the people in the U.S., we're going to pay the cost, and we're going to pay the cost big time, Steve, because of the price of fuel is going to skyrocket. You already talking about it, so it's $1.50 a barrel for a barrel of oil already, and it's only going to get worse. It might get up to $2 a damn barrel. And then the only people that's going to pay for it, not Joe Biden, me and people like me and you, when you pull up to the fuel pump, you already saying people out there in California paying $6, $7 a gallon. The way we going, at the rate we going, Steve, by the time Biden leave the White House, if he leave, we could be paying $10 or more a damn gallon of fuel. It really don't get out of hand now. And, and for Joe Biden to come on TV, just like I told you last night, Steve, for him to come on TV and say he don't want to see the American people feeling any pain at the fuel pump is a complete joke for those words to even come out of his mouth, because he's the one that shut the pipeline down in the United States of America, so we wouldn't have to depend on these other countries for oil. So it just pisses me off every time those words come out of his mouth, that he feels bad for the American people because we have to pay so much for fuel. That's a complete and utter joke right there. So like I said, we got a real nasty situation. And the sad part about it is, Steve, maybe you could figure it out. I don't see no ending. I don't know how this thing is going to end up with Vladimir Putin in Ukraine. I don't know how this whole deal is going to end. I don't know what this man's, well, we already know what his ultimate goal is. He wants to turn it, like you said last night, into the USSR, the old Soviet Union. That's what he wants to do. But does he have other plans after that of going into other countries? I don't know what this man's plans are. But either way you look at it, he's a dangerous individual. And when he has nuclear weapons, and when you're dealing with a man with nuclear weapons, you gotta play real. You gotta be real careful with what happens, because we one step away from World War III. If Joe Biden makes the wrong move, or any other country makes the wrong move in the next couple of weeks, we could have an all-out serious war going on between top nuclear powers in the world. China could get involved. Any of these people can get involved. So Joe Biden, like I say, if you listen to the guy today, Steve, his press conference, you can clearly see that Joe Biden should not be in control of what's happening with the USA. If people haven't figured it out by now, you should have figured it out today from this man's press conference that we're in deep trouble. And the sad part about it is, Steve, like I told you last night, we have no vice president. People saying, it used to be back in the past, you could say, well, if the president couldn't get the job done, well, maybe the second man in charge can get the job done. But we're in a bad. We can't even rely on this so-called camel toe. Camel toe. We can't even rely on her. She's a complete joke. They sent her over there to try to negotiate some type of deal with Ukraine and Russia, and they just laughed in her face. She has no foreign policy experience whatsoever, Steve. So we can't even rely on her. So there's really no hope right now. And Joe Biden, he keeps talking about sanctions. And even after Vladimir, that shows you how stupid Biden is, Steve. Even after the man, he's already invaded Ukraine. And what did Joe Biden come out on TV to say today? That we're going to place more sanctions on him. The sanctions haven't worked before. That's why the man went on and invaded the country to begin with. So what makes you think that placing more sanctions on Vladimir Putin is going to make the show come to a stop? So that just shows you how dumb that Biden is and the people that work for him are. That's why I continue to say the United States is in deep, deep trouble, Stephen. And how we come out of this hole, I don't know. Like I say, it's going to be a lot of sleepless nights the next couple of months. That's all I can say. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, looking at the current numbers, oil price. After reaching over $105 per barrel on Thursday, prices did recede a bit, and they had dropped below 100, but rising once again. Latest numbers I'm looking at from the Oil Price Information Service, $101.55 a barrel for Brent, West Texas Intermediate at $94.92 per barrel, the current numbers. And headline, renewables stocks spike on fears of war-provoked energy shortage. Again, from oilprice.com, what used to be the Oil Price Information Service. Yeah, more to come after this. First, a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Cities in Ukraine are being bombarded as Russia continues invading. Ukrainian President Zelensky has ordered a full military mobilization in response to the invasion. President Biden has announced tougher sanctions on Russia, saying of President Putin,
"This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary."
White House Deputy National Security Advisor Dolly Singh says the sanctions placed on Russia are probably the strongest ever imposed. But there are carve-outs, including trying to keep Russian oil on the market to prevent gas price spikes.
Russia depends on those revenues just as much as the world needs its energy. But we're not going to do anything which causes an unintended disruption to the flow of energy as the global economic recovery is still underway.
This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, Ingle mentioned the accident involving Texas officers this past day. Yeah, one officer was actually trapped beneath that wrecked tractor trailer Thursday morning. About 9 a.m. southbound I-35 in Roanoke, Texas. According to Fox 4, the semi lost control jackknife, which sent it crashing into several vehicles stopped for a previous wreck, including 2 police cruisers. The wreck overturned the trailer, pinned a police officer underneath the rig, and injured 3 others. The trapped officer had to be extricated from under the semi-truck. Obviously, slick, icy road conditions contributed to the wreck, and obviously people advised avoid the area, stay off the roads, and that's all the info they had at that point in time. But I believe the officer's going to be okay, but it was quite the situation there. Would that be Kid Fox by chance?
Yes, sir, it is. How you doing today, Steve?
Doing fine. Happy Friday. Good to hear from you.
Likewise. Hey, real quick before I get started here, I just want to give everybody a heads up. 70 westbound up here around Heath, Ohio. I want to say it's Highway 13. They've got that completely shut down. It looks like there's a multi-vehicle accident. It's right under the bridge for exit 126. Or no, I'm sorry, exit 129. My bad.
Okay.
But yeah, and it's completely blocking the westbound side of the interstate. So I was looking on Google Maps, and it looks like they got shut down the next exit up, which is Highway 13. I'm just not sure what the exit number is.
Okay.
But yeah, I just want to give everybody a heads up on that. I mean, I think if you get off on 13 right there, take that over to 40 and cut across, might have to go a little further than I'm trying to remember this highway. I'm actually on than Highway 79. You'll have to go a little further east because they've got that on-ramp shut down as well. But you'll have to go past I-79 Highway 79 to the next exit and come back on there because, yeah, you're not going to get back on over here at 79. So
okay.
But yeah, I just want to give everybody a heads up on that for starters. Today, this conversation is going to be brought to you by the letter S for sanctions. Now, Eagle stole some of my thunder, which I was getting ready to discuss, but you know, I'm not trying to parrot Eagle here, but you know, he is right. I mean, this is the biggest joke. I'd imagine Vladimir Putin's laughing his butt off right now listening to Joe Biden talk.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, even with sanctions, we wouldn't, and I want to make sure the Democrats are listening too, because we wouldn't have been in this mess if it wasn't for the fact that Joe Biden canceled all those drilling contracts, canceled the Keystone Pipeline. We'd have probably been in better shape than we are right now.
Undoubtedly.
But we would have been like, okay, dude, would we have taken a hit? Probably, but it wouldn't have been near as devastating as it will be if we lose the Russian oil, in a manner of speaking. And, you know, I find it absolutely funny how you got these people out here going, oh, we need to do sanctions. We need to do sanctions. How about we actually do something about it? No? I mean, I know we need to deal with this situation as far as, you know, scalpel-like versus taking a hammer to it and beating the crap out of it, and metaphorically speaking. But, you know, this is one of those cases of, I think if Donald Trump was still around, Putin wouldn't have even attempted. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm right on this. I could be wrong, but I think, you know, Putin would be a little more fearful of Donald Trump because I know he ain't scared of this jackass in the White House, and excuse my language, but that's basically what he is. Nothing more than a jackass. And I'm sorry, but you know, I think I still believe, and I know everybody says, oh well, it's been proven otherwise. I still believe the election was rigged, and I have a feeling I still believe that Russians had something to do with it. But that's my conspiracy hat. I'll take that off and throw it away for right now. But anyway, okay. But back to the basics here. I mean, we've proven time and time again, sanctions don't do nothing. So why are we even wasting our time? You know? I mean, I will say in all fairness, though, you know, yeah, Ukraine isn't a NATO member, and yeah, we're not the world's police. But at the same time, and I will give, you know, the Biden administration credit where credit is due, that they are actually protecting our allies by sending troops over there on the border. But I just feel that these sanctions are, nothing more than a waste of our time. And I don't even know why we are even bothering.
Well, yeah,
and then to sit there and say that these are the most severe sanctions. Yeah, right. The only way you're going to stop Russia is by cutting them off from the number one thing that's keeping them going, and that's the money flow from the oil. But that's my opinion. So.
And it's interesting how there is a way, and they're already telling us that the oligarchs, the billionaires in Russia, have been rushing to find ways to circumvent the sanctions. Here, let me share this with you. How about cryptocurrency? That magical thing, cryptocurrency. Faced with a $32 billion drop in their wealth this year, Russian oligarchs are looking for assets that allow them to overcome sanctions that obviously will increase with the invasion of Ukraine. Familiar with crisis, they see Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies as the escape from the hegemony of the dollar. It's a way to diversify their holdings, with the European Union and the United States delivering the harshest sanctions following the invasion of Ukraine. Ultra-wealthy Russians are turning to new tech to preserve their financial assets. Cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin and Ethereum can be seen, rightly or wrongly, as lifesavers during financial and geopolitical crises that threaten private assets. For those close to the Russian power personally targeted by the sanctions, holding crypto allows them to escape seizures of their assets abroad. Holders have taken care to cover their tracks, as Bitcoin, of course, is traceable and transparent. So concerned about discretion, Russian investors may prefer cryptos such as Monero that offer anonymity to the users. Now, as we've recently seen, authorities in the U.S. Demonstrated during the arrest of that couple suspected of laundering the Bitfinex hack that they are gaining momentum in tracking the flow of these new assets. The U.S. Treasury noted in a statement Tuesday night, oligarchs under sanctions have been using family members to transfer their assets and hide their wealth. The 23 certified Russian billionaires still hold assets estimated at $343 billion. Earlier this month, the Russian government estimated that their citizens held $214 billion worth of crypto, about 12% of the global trade. Among those holders are the mighty fortunes of Russian oligarchs. Their diversified wealth, stocks, real estate, has decreased by $32 billion this year, according to Bloomberg. Although cryptocurrency has fallen by 8.5%, it is holding up much better than the Moscow Stock Exchange, which has dropped by 23% this year. Again, those 23 certified Russian billionaires still have assets estimated at $343 billion. Now, when placed abroad, this money is in the crosshairs of American authorities, but if you're in something that has complete anonymity, how do you trace it? All right, we'll get a quick time out here, 9 before the hours. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I was looking at the post from the official The People's Convoy Facebook page. This last post said, update, arrival in Lupton, Arizona. Yeah, between 6 and 8 p.m. local time there. Welcome us in. We'd love to meet you. Yeah, join us to continue the journey. That was the post they made there. Okay, so that was, I guess that's where their overnight stay is tonight. Lupton, Arizona. And so the convoy continues on. They will again be going through the Texas Panhandle region where they'll be joined by the Ted Nugent and somebody, the other guy there, the colonel. But meanwhile, the Chernobyl power plant. What was the significance of that? Why? You might question. Why did the Russian forces rapidly look to capture Chernobyl? It's impossible to say the Chernobyl nuclear power plant is safe after a totally pointless attack by the Russians, according to the Ukrainian presidential office. This is one of the most serious threats to Europe today. Russian troops took over the plant while Ukrainian forces battled on 3 sides yesterday. Some Russian military massed in the Chernobyl exclusion zone before crossing into Ukraine early Thursday. Russia wants to control the Chernobyl nuclear reactor to signal NATO not to interfere militarily. According to the source, the Chernobyl disaster in what was then Soviet Ukraine sent clouds of nuclear material across much of Europe in 1986 after that botched safety test in the 4th reactor of the plant. Now, decades later, it has become kind of a tourist attraction. Just about a week before the invasion, the Chernobyl zone was shut down for tourists. But President Zelensky said, our defenders are giving their lives so that the tragedy of 1986 will not be repeated. That was just before the plant was captured, to which he said, this is now a declaration of war against the whole of Europe. Is Putin kind of signaling, we'll just open this thing up and you'll be seeking your own demise if you try to intervene? I mean, this has all been well planned, well thought out, every chess match move strategically by Putin and the Russian military. Hey there, Monkey Gouger, welcome back.
Hey, Steve, thank you for letting me back in. I forgot the most important reason I called you tonight. I got sidetracked thinking about that overgrown rodent, but I got a phone call from Biscuit last night. Man, she was bouncing off the wall, and all I could make out was, Daddy's going flying, Daddy's going flying, Daddy's going flying. She threw the phone down. JJ picked up the phone. I said, what is that girl talking about? He said, Daddy, you ain't gonna believe this, but I'm going flying with the Thunderbirds. So I think it's in April. I'm not really sure on the date because everybody was hollering and screaming in the phone and carrying on. But he will be flying in the number 8 spot, or fly with the guy that flies in the 8 spot of the Thunderbirds. I've been all pumped up about that and everything else. I wanted to share that with the listening audience. And we live right there at Shaw Air Force Base in Sumter, South Carolina. A very proud group of people. And every year they have what they call Mayfest in Sumter, and Shaw Air Force Base opens up the base and open house, and it lets the public in. And I got a picture of him back. They're probably 86, 87, and they were letting these kids get up in the cockpit of a Phantom II F-4 fighter, and they put a little jumpsuit on him and a helmet, and I got a picture of him sitting in that deal there, and he got out, and he looked at me, and he said, you know what I'm going to do one day, Daddy? I said, what you going to do, buddy? He said, one day I'm going to fly with the Thunderbirds. Well, what is it, 30 years later, almost 40, he got his dream shot. And I could never be more proud of a son than I am right now.
How about that? That's cool.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. So I just wanted to jump back in and tell you about it. And thank you for taking my call.
All right. Thanks for sharing there, Monkey Gouger. All right. We got plenty of room for you. Lines available as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast at 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Cities in Ukraine are being bombarded as Russia continues invading. Ukrainian President Zelensky has ordered a full military mobilization in response to the invasion. President Biden has announced tougher sanctions on Russia, saying of President Putin,
"This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary."
White House Deputy National Security Advisor Dolly Singh says the sanctions placed on Russia are probably the strongest ever imposed. But there are carve-outs, including trying to keep Russian oil on the market to prevent gas price spikes.
Russia depends on those revenues just as much as the world needs its energy. But we're not going to do anything which causes an unintended disruption to the flow of energy as the global economic recovery is still underway.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Wayne Alaroot, and I want to tell you a real story. A husband and wife were driving home from dinner. While stopped at a light, they were suddenly surrounded by an angry mob, and the mob forced open the driver's side door, attempting to drag the husband from the car. But he reached for his Hero 2020 non-lethal weapon. He shot his attacker twice in the chest, unleashing a powerful chemical pepper irritant, forcing the attackers to back off, and the couple escaped safely. No bullets were fired, no lives were lost. I know how training and preparedness makes the difference. I've seen and reviewed many guns and self-defense products, and the Hero 2020 is one of the easiest to use, carry, and conceal. Plus, it saves lives. Hero 2020 is a high-powered, award-winning, non-lethal defender. That's why I have one in each of my cars and in multiple rooms of my home and office. To order your own Hero 2020, visit Hero2020.com. Use coupon code WAR for a special discount. Hero2020.com. That's Hero2020.com. State law restrictions may apply.
Washington is preparing for the arrival of a convoy of truckers protesting COVID-19 restrictions, including one group that is set to drive en masse from California to the nation's capital. The People's Convoy, which is calling for the immediate lifting of the national emergency declared in response to COVID-19, left Southern California on Wednesday and will travel through states such as Texas, Oklahoma, and Maryland before their planned arrival in the D.C. Beltway on the evening of Saturday, March 5th. 3 former Minneapolis police officers involved in the police killing of George Floyd were found guilty of violating his civil rights by a federal jury. Tu Tao, J. Alexander Kung, and Thomas Lane were found guilty of depriving Floyd of his civil rights by not attending to his medical needs as former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin knelt on Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes in the 2020 killing. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The start of baseball season could be delayed.
Major League Baseball has stated they will begin canceling regular season games if the league and Major League Baseball Players Association can't come to terms on a new collective bargaining agreement by Monday. The games will not be made up and players would not be paid full season salaries. Major League Baseball said a deadline is a deadline, missed games are missed games, and salaries will absolutely not be paid for those games. It is the first time Major League Baseball has publicly said it would shorten the season if a new deal isn't reached by the deadline. Citing health concerns, the league said it wants about 4 weeks of spring training, hence its Monday deadline. Opening day was initially scheduled for March 31st. The sides remain far apart on a new agreement. The union is likely to pull expanded playoffs off the table if players can't be paid for a full season salary. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Conservatives are gathering in Orlando, Florida.
Roughly 20,000 Republicans will convention through Sunday as the Conservative Political Action Conference gets underway. The 4-day gathering will feature discussions with titles like Fire Fauci and the Moron in Chief. State Representative Chip LaMarca says it's a chance for people to get fired up about the direction of the Republican Party and upcoming elections. President Trump is this year's headline speaker. Also on the lectern, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Senators Rick Scott and Marco Rubio. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
There you go. Kick things off on a Friday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome in. Welcome aboard. Dash cam video catching a devastating, fatal crash on a steep grade in Colorado, which they say is kind of a sobering reminder of the dangers drivers face in the mountains. It happened Tuesday, September 21st, as a matter of fact. But I guess the dash cam just released. Troopers say the 54-year-old truck driver, Rafat Podzik, was driving a 2010 Peterbilt with a trailer on Colorado Highway 160, Mineral County, when the crash occurred. The preliminary investigation shows the vehicle traveling westbound on 160 at a high rate of speed, unknown speed, they say, down a steep grade. When it approached a sharp left turn and steered right, hit the cement barrier, then off the embankment, hitting several trees, breaking the tractor, and the driver was ejected in that sequence. State Patrol says it is believed speed and maybe brake fade or failure contributed to the crash. No drugs or alcohol were suspected. But High Peaks Media shared the dash video captured by another truck driver that witnessed the crash as it happened, as well as the aftermath. According to the Colorado State Patrol, from 2015 to 19, there were 47 semi-crashes on the west side of Wolf Creek Pass. 3 of those resulted in fatalities. Now, to give some highlights on Wolf Creek Pass, posted speed limit for traffic traveling westbound downhill from the summit varies from 25 to 45 miles per hour. Commercial trucks must maintain the lower 25 mile per hour speed. West side of the pass is a 7% downhill grade. Distance from the summit near Wolf Creek ski area to the west base of the pass near Treasure Falls is just over 8 miles. Now, there is a dangerous hairpin curve located 6.5 miles from the summit. There's a ski area, forest roads, public scenic lookout, all points of access along 160, in which truckers may encounter other vehicles attempting to enter or exit the roadway. You're always supposed to inspect brakes at the summit before descending the 8-mile trip down the pass. A wide shoulder area is available to all motorists traveling both west and east, which can also be used as a chain-up station. There's 2 runaway escape ramps available for out-of-control trucks at mile points 162.5 and 161. Even the most experienced drivers, they say, should practice the utmost caution and safe driving practices to keep control of their vehicles. Runaway ramps. Those ramps on the west side of Wolf Creek Pass for trucks traveling downhill and westbound. They're located on the right side of the road, preceded by the warning signs at each location, each of which are incline ramps to slow the vehicle. But it's a pretty horrific crashing through the barrier, and then the aftermath. There's drone footage and whatnot showing what was a hell of a operation to try to retrieve that truck and trailer off the side of a pretty much straight down cliff. All right, back to the phones here. Take two.
So I guess we go with me and Earl were hauling chickens on a flatbed out of Wiggins and spent all night on the uphill side of 37 miles of hell. Guess that goes to that story. Any word about Bill Freeze there, C.W. McCall?
Nothing.
He was in hospices.
Right. Nothing further. So I haven't seen anything since that update that Big Moose gave me the heads up on.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, I hear in the news break there, they're talking more about this baseball deal going on, and talk a little bit about sports here real quick. Of course, the overpriced crybabies that they think are our need for entertainment. Do you think that they're going to get things straightened out so they can actually play baseball this year, or should maybe some of them look back into history, what happened when baseball had a strike and what the fans thought of the strike issue?
How many years? How many years did it take them to recover from that?
Yeah, I don't know if they ever have yet. I mean, they're back pretty good, but I don't know if it's fully recovered because, I mean, I know I've never come back all the way to be the fan that I used to be when I was a kid growing up. You know, if it's on TV and I happen to come across it, I'll stop and watch it possibly, or I'll keep right on going. It really, you know, it's not that big a draw.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing, you know, they talk about, you know, the Major League Baseball isn't going to pay the players for the games that they aren't going to play. Well, is anybody going to reimburse the fans that get those season tickets? I mean, they're going to be games that they aren't going to see. So are the fans going to get their season ticket prices, you know, get money back on them? Don't hear anything about that, do we?
Mm-hmm.
So, and anyways, well, we're starting to get a little bit of ice on the lightweight shrubbery and stuff. We got this stuff called bamboo that grows around here like wildfire. It's a very takes over everything. I mean, you let one little shoot of it grow, and the next thing you know, you got yourself a whole rainforest. And it's very, very weak though, and likes to bend over. So it grows up about 30 feet tall, and it gets any type of weight in it, whether it's ice or snow. It lays right down into the highways and blocks travel lanes. So we're starting to get a little bit of that. Evergreens don't look bad. Looks like they're still holding up pretty good, but the everything kind of has an ice coating on it right now. Nothing, you know, it's not a severe thickness, but we got an ice coating on a lot of stuff. Up in Delaware, there was icicles hanging off the signs, so we're getting enough water and ice up there to produce icicles. So it's like Maryland's been out and throwing some salt down, so on the 2-lane roads. So anyways, have you heard anything about this Washington football team here? They came up with a sponsorship, you know, not a sponsorship, but a new name to put on the, you know,
right,
a team type name. They're going to call them the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear anything about the logos they're thinking of? I heard something that they were going to take like New England, how they have that kneeling player there on the side of their helmet. Except for on one side of the helmet, it's going to have that kneeling player, and the face is going to be Obama, and on the other side of the helmet, it's going to be Biden. Have you heard anything about that? If that's an accurate statement?
I don't believe I've heard such. No.
All right. Well, maybe
I did hear that you. I believe they said you can call them the Washington Commies for short.
All right. Yeah, that could possibly work. And as far as this dinner deal goes down there at the truck show, I thought you and the princess there had a good connection there with that couple there, that Ruth and Chris. I thought you guys were in tight with them there.
Oh, yeah.
Good steak dinner there with Ruth and Chris. So anyways, I just think that'll be a good deal there. And I know, you know, if not you, I know the princess has good connections with them, right? So,
only way I'd be dining at Ruth Chris is if I was going to do a dine and dash.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, well, maybe we'll see. Stranger things have happened. So, but anyways, I guess with all that nonsense there, and as I said the other night, there is only one thing left to say, and that's bicycle.
Have a good weekend, horse feathers. About 16 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Let's see. Hey, Steve, it's Larry Hickey Coyote. Who we got on the line?
Afternoon, Steve.
Morning.
Yeah, I figured I'd give you a weather report there. Up here on 91 in Connecticut, the northern above around 25-mile marker up that way, they got snow coming down. They get further south down off 91 on to 95. It looks like it's rain right now, but they had the trucks out there salting. Don't ask me what they was plowing, but they was throwing sparks.
Okay.
On the northern end. I heard New Jersey's supposed to have restrictions, and Pennsylvania's supposed to have some restrictions.
Yeah, I know Pennsylvania's got the tier 1. I'm not real sure about what the New Jersey restrictions would be, but...
Yeah, I caught something on the sign just as I was leaving it earlier tonight, heading north. It was like 80 and 78 and all that. What time it was supposed to start, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, northern New Jersey's, according to the radar, they're in all that mixed bag of precip. It's just rain in southern Jersey.
Right. I switch over once in a while to get a traffic report out of New York because I have to go down through that way. And I could go around another way if I had to, if there's any problem. They were saying out there on 78, I think it was, a couple wrecks out there, cars spun out. So I guess it's some ice on the road out that way.
Okay.
Yeah, right now I'm getting sleep.
So a little bit of everything in the mix.
Yeah, I'm just south of New Haven, Connecticut there, that area.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of everything right now, so I better give a heads up to anybody heading this way to listen to the program, but I think I'm about the only one up here in the Northeast that didn't go down to horse feathers on this side of the country.
Yeah, looks like the further north you get, the more the transit you got. Looks like some pretty heavy snowfall in there in northern Connecticut.
Yeah, I was just above Hartford, about 20 miles above Hartford, where I was at when it just started when I was leaving, where I make my drop at.
Well, I'm seeing right now between Hartford to Putnam, it's really flat out putting it down.
I got out of town in time then.
In the nick of time, yep.
Yeah. I just left up there about 2:15. About 2:30 when I got out of there.
Well, thanks for the heads up. Good to... Yeah, do appreciate it.
Yeah, I got a hold of a few of the other guys. Heat Wave the other morning, talked to him and a few of the other ones. I had a pretty good little program after the show in the morning.
That's cool.
Yeah. All right, there, Steve. Have a good one now. Talk to y'all later. Be safe, everybody. Hammer down.
Absolutely. Hey, yeah, be safe. Thanks for checking in, and have a great weekend. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning. Here come the weekend. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I saw a funny meme, which, you know, there may be more truth than fiction to it. Kind of made it kind of an animated caricature of the COVID-19 little ball with all the spikes, what you see when they depict what the COVID looks like. In a media outlet, headed out the exit door, ready to shut the door, and coming in the entrance, the caricature of a Russian missile. So the mainstream media can suddenly just all focus now transitions to war, and COVID just kind of magically disappears. It's, like I said, that there may be more truth than fiction to that. Now, what may be next on the horizon with Vladimir Putin? For years, we've been dealing with Russian cyber attacks and ransomware attacks. I guess they can't prove that the actual Russian government is behind it or allowing it to happen, but we've had those discussions and supposedly threatening Putin to make this stop. Retired General Holt this past day says Putin is, in all likelihood, going to begin to try cyber attacks on targets here in the United States. Now, when Putin said there will be consequences to other countries if they try to interfere with his special military operation, now that likely includes attempts at cyber attacks on key targets in the United States. When Vladimir Putin threatens us, I think that's exactly what he's got on his mind, Holt says. Now, he was a former deputy military representative to NATO. He said it'll be a cyber package we're going to face, and we could see that in multiple tiers of our society. You could see it in banking. It may be in the markets, in our grid, the hospital system. The United States does have the ability to defend itself, he insists, but Putin certainly did not give us any clues to what the spectrum of conflict would look like if he didn't like the sanctions package he's going to face. These sort of things, cyber attacks, are part and parcel to Russia's strategy to toppling Ukraine. Meanwhile, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe has been monitoring the region all the way back since Crimea fell to Russia. But when Western embassies evacuated Ukraine, it was left to monitors from Eastern Europe and Central Asia to remain as the observers. They were already down to 2/3 of their strength, and they got caught in the crossfire. Others are there who have been doing brilliant work in tough conditions. Now, Holt said he doesn't think there's going to be a long-term Russian occupation of Ukraine. I know that they've designed to take out the military. They want to take out the Ukraine's military infrastructure. However, Moscow wants Ukraine's capital of Kiev only in regard to toppling the existing government. High-value targets are going to be rolled up before Russia installs their own puppet government, such as what they have in place in Belarus. Then Russia will tell the Ukrainians it's safe to return to your homes and live in a country with new rulers. He can't get involved in any sort of a protracted occupation here, but he certainly can start to run down the same traps across the entire nation. And there's Vic, I believe it is. Happy Friday, Vic. What's happening out there?
Oh, it's Chris, Steve.
Oh, Chris. I'm sorry, Chris.
Yeah, a little noisy. What I was going to say, I heard an expert. It kind of goes along with what you're saying, but this guy says that it's really about the Donbass. And the only reason he came in from three sides is that he wants to split up the army because the Ukrainian army can give him a good fight in the Donbass. But like you say, he'd like to topple the government, but he can't hold it and stuff. This guy's like an international thing. But the thing he said that kind of shocked me is he said he thinks Biden cut a deal or almost cut a deal with him to give him this. And the reason he did that, when he signaled that small encouragement, he says it's more about, Biden wants to put NATO back together. He's trying to put some fear into NATO. But Putin's agenda is completely different. He said this gives him the upper hand in his alliance with Xi, because now he's the military power, and he's got the wheat and the oil they need. So the sanctions aren't really going to hurt him that much, because he can sell all that stuff to China.
Correct.
But he said he doesn't think China will invade Taiwan because they're afraid of Japan and India. They would defend it even if we didn't. So some of that I thought sounded pretty good. I hope he's right about it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's kind of a different perspective on it.
No doubt. Yeah. Everybody playing a guessing game, I mean, all the intelligence from the European community, the U.S. intelligence, they knew something was coming, but you just don't know what Putin is going to do next. What's on his mind?
Oh, he's a crook. He personally has $600 billion, they say, stashed away in Swiss bank accounts and everything. He's stolen from the Russian people. And every time one of those oligarchs starts to challenge him, he puts them in jail for tax evasion.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously the citizens, where 1,700 were arrested, protesting out there in Russia. I mean, you cannot. That's communism, right? You can't say anything derogatory about the government. You're going into the gulags.
Yeah, he's turned it back into a dictatorship. A lot of people are tired of it, I say. I don't know if they can do anything about it. I guess he's pretty smart, ruthless, anyway.
Ruthless, yes, that's the word. All righty. Well, Chris, It's great to hear from you this morning. Thanks for the heads up. And we'll get our news break here. Bottom of the hour. Plenty of room for you. You're going to chime in this Friday morning. It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is following through after his warning to Vladimir Putin, announcing even more sanctions to Russia now that they're invading Ukraine.
The sanctions we've imposed exceed SWIFT. The sanctions we imposed exceed anything that's ever been done. The sanctions we imposed have generated 2/3 of the world joining us. They are profound sanctions. Let's have a conversation in another month or so to see if they're working.
British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is also announcing financial punishments to Russia.
These trade sanctions will constrain Russia's military, industrial, and technological capabilities for years to come.
Reports say that Russian troops have seized control of the area around the decommissioned Chernobyl nuclear power plant. That area is still radioactive, and it's only 60 miles from Kyiv. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAInsulation.net.
Hey, Dad.
Your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back on a Friday morning. There you go, TGIF. Good to have you on board. I got lines available. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. A couple of industry headlines to see. Federal regulators, they tell us, have announced when the trucking industry can expect to see several highly anticipated rulemakings, including proposals on autonomous driving systems, broker financial responsibility, and greenhouse gas standards. Now, the FMCSA notice of proposed rulemaking to integrate onto the nation's roadways trucks that are equipped with automated driving systems was scheduled for November 23rd. To a final draft of the latest significant rulemaking report published by the Department of Transportation. All right. ORIDA provided the FMCSA with some examples of brokers who allegedly stole trucking services in an aggregate value that far exceeded the amount of the bond. Several other things coming up later this year. And then, of course, as they say, all infrastructure spending is not created equal. Have we started divvying out the funds? Buttigieg is the guy that kind of holds the purse strings. The owner of a longtime Pennsylvania trucking company's message to Congress regarding the infrastructure bill. Earlier this month, the House Select Revenue Measures Subcommittee told a hearing that members of Congress, the bill failed to meet some of truckers' essential needs. We have some critical needs that should be a priority, especially considering our current supply chain challenges. The infrastructure bill last year included some long overdue investments on highways and bridges, but there's a lot more investment needed, and you ignored some key shortfalls. Truck parking, for instance. Instead of spending money on special interest ideas like electric vehicle charging stations or needless studies, you need to put federal dollars into projects that meet our most pressing needs. Now, despite the $1.2 trillion overall bill, you failed to include any money to make sure drivers can have a place to park safely. McClellan says truck drivers are an indispensable part of our economy, our way of life. We move over 70% of the freight tonnage every year, and there are many communities in this country that rely 100% on trucks to send and receive pretty much everything that comes into their community. Now, I said Congress has to do more to invest in core infrastructure and its truck drivers to keep the supply chain and the economy moving. One way to do that, he said, is reduce the amount of costly regulations that are being passed down to the truckers. All right, that's White has been fighting and fighting and fighting, trying to get, you've got a $1.2 trillion bill. I mean, how about just $1 billion? One measly billion of that. And that would go a long way when it comes to the lack of parking nationwide. Well, let's check in with Kentucky Ken this morning. Hi there.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you this fine Friday morning?
So it's up and at 'em time to hit the road, get it rolling, huh?
Yes, sir. I got up. I left Chattanooga about 2 o'clock. I'm working my way towards my home yard in Erlanger, Kentucky. So, I just wanted to wish everybody a good weekend and enjoy the show every night. And I just thank you for being there, my man. It's really it's a blessing. It's a blessing. So I'm not looking forward to coming back to the cold temperatures. I was in Orlando. I was going to be going to Imlay, Michigan, and my boss talked to who I'm delivering to, and they're like, well, he was due up here Friday sometime, but I got held up at their dock for over 5.5 hours to get loaded, and it just killed my driving time. There's no way I'm going to make it up. I'm not going to have enough drive time to get up there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll probably leave Sunday night and be up there first thing Monday. But that's frustrating that they're frustrated that because they didn't get me loaded in a timely manner. It's sort of just a little different, but
and it happens.
There's only so much time in the day.
It happens every day, and that clock doesn't stop, right? It keeps on ticking.
No. Once you go on duty, that 14's ticking away. And but no, it happens now and then. I mean, I would have liked to have been up there today too, but it just isn't. There's no way it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Too far from Chattanooga. So, but I'm not. I put my long johns on before I left because the temperature's dropping as I'm driving through old Tennessee.
Oh boy!
It's light rain down here though. So, but no, have a great weekend, everybody, and be safe out there in your travels. Listening in.
You do the same. Kentucky Ken, thank you for being out there and listening to the program. All right. Now, right on the heels of that representative, the Democrat from Arizona, saying, the United States needs to take the same approach as Canada did. If you're going to be in a convoy, tow those trucks. Take those trucks. Saw an update out of Ontario, I think yesterday, day before yesterday, which they're kind of the fallout from the Freedom Convoy in Ottawa. The Ontario Ministry of Transportation, they say, has effectively shut down 39 trucking businesses in the wake of the protest. Responding to questions from Truck News, the ministry confirmed 12 suspension and seizure orders were issued on Ontario-based large truck operators involved in the protest, suspending their operating authority throughout Canada, and issuing an order to seize all the plates registered to them. Protesters from outside the province faced sanctions of their own. 27 seizure orders were issued to large truck operators from outside the province, banning them from operating any commercial motor vehicle in Ontario. Now, they did not reveal the names of the sanctioned businesses or the number of affected trucks, but according to a ministry spokesperson, in an effort to preserve future police investigations into the illegal occupation in Ottawa, the ministry will not release the names of affected businesses at this time. Plates were also suspended for 21 passenger vehicles from Ontario, 34 vehicles from outside the province. Ottawa police say 115 vehicles were towed during the protest. So you pretty much, well, for all practical purposes, put them out of business. Which brings me to Dr. Mercola. Odd how he would weigh in on the convoy, the protest in Canada. But this morning he says, well, Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau just let the deep state cat out of the bag for the world to see. Yeah, kind of an early disclosure and an honest preview of what is in store for the people of the world. Maybe that's the silver lining in all of this, by invoking the Emergencies Act to allow the blanket revocation of driver's licenses and seizure of bank accounts, and anyone who made even a nominal donation to their cause. Trudeau is pretty much tipping his hand to the world that the Klaus Schwab Great Reset is really what it's really about for the average person. If we go along with their financial reset to a centralized global digital currency, the central bankers can and will financially cripple anyone, anywhere, anytime, for any reason. That would be pretty much sufficient leverage to keep you in line, right? The World Economic Forum did not declare that by the year 2030, quote, you will own nothing and have no privacy. They didn't say that for nothing. They meant it. You won't even own your own body if they get their way. Their aim is complete control over every minutia of your life. Only they will be free to live and rule as they please. Yep, the Emergency Powers Act, which I guess all said and done, that would be pretty much the closest we could say in the U.S. to martial law. Now, in addition to the Canadian government having given the authority to seize bank accounts of citizens without even a court order, that gave Trudeau the power to prohibit public assemblies, including blockades, the ability to bar travel to and from certain areas, the ability to regulate the use of certain types of property, including goods used in blockades, the ability to compel individuals and companies to provide essential services. They forced towing operations that did not want to participate in towing any of these vehicles because they were pretty much sympathizing with it. They were forced. Plus, you could impose fines up to $5,000 or imprisonment for up to 5 years for breaching any of the declared emergency measures. Now, he says to understand just how ridiculous the invocation of that act was under the current circumstances, consider it was designed for use only in times of extreme crisis, such as a wartime emergency where there's an express threat to the security and sovereignty of a nation. I mean, the Emergencies Act would be something you would pretty much declare in Ukraine right now. It is an emergency. I mean, the act said the situation must be urgent and critical and seriously endanger the lives, health, or safety of Canadians, which even the Toronto Sun, this protest did not meet any of that criteria. It may have been a nuisance to people in Ottawa, but that's it. It by no means would it justify his decision. Now, plus, add in the fact that the Emergency Act could only be invoked if the emergency cannot be addressed by any other federal law in existence, and or if it exceeds provinces' ability to effectively address the situation. Yeah, maybe you think a tip of the hand, just a little preview of what may be coming our way. Especially if we keep electing these left-leaning liberal Democrats. The more Bernie Sanders, the more AOCs, the more Elon Omars we elect around this country. That's the direction we will be headed here in the USA. All right, get back to your calls here just ahead. Who we got coming up? Scarecrow's on board. Rambler going to be checking in. Looks like Eagle wants to join back in here. All coming up here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let's look a little further down to the story. And think about this. Mercola reminds us, remember when it all was beginning, the convoy was headed to Ottawa? And Trudeau's rhetoric was anything but unified. First of all, he called it it's a bunch of a small fringe minority expressing unacceptable views. Think about that for a moment, but somewhere he must have changed his mind. Because a sane leader, get that, is not going to invoke a radical Emergency Powers Act for a small fringe group of people honking their damn horns. Then he insisted the protesters were a bunch of racists and misogynists waving Nazi flags, stealing food from the homeless. Yeah, there are several in the parliament now demanding that he retract those statements and actually issue apologies. One is a conservative parliament member, Candice Bergen, who demanded Trudeau apologize for his hateful rhetoric against peace-loving, patriotic Canadians. She reminded House members that Trudeau himself wore blackface more times than he can remember. Okay. There's another. Remember the Jewish conservative MP who Trudeau accused of standing with people waving swastikas? She said, Prime Minister, your words are dangerous and disgraceful. And it may have long-term consequences. There's legal experts are warning that Trudeau's invocation of the Emergencies Act could have consequences for generations to come. Public reports indicate that people with extremist ideological positions may have been participating in these blockades, thus the need for the government to have the emergency powers. However, a noted law professor and executive director of Rights Probe, he said that was all hearsay at best. People can say anything, and it doesn't mean it's true. And Justin Trudeau essentially acted on rhetoric or hearsay, and that sets a very dangerous precedent. Well, somebody told me, somebody said there's some radicals in here. All right, good morning to the Scarecrow. Happy Friday.
Oh, thank you for reaffirming that it's Friday there, bud. I was concerned that Horse Feathers was going to tell us that it's hump day again. Doggone. Now we're working our way through Milwaukee here at a blistering 31 miles an hour. I don't know, there's traffic here that you'd think there was a Brewers game that just got out. I don't know what the heck's taking place. They got, I don't know, maybe 3-4 inches of snow up here, but just
what are
going nowhere in a hurry here.
What are they doing out at 3 o'clock in the morning, right?
I don't know. There's a community a little ways back. There's a huge, I think, Roundy's food warehouse. They maybe got out a little bit ago, but yeah, it's just no fun right now. But yeah, either way, if you remember last Sunday night, I referenced that as being one day closer to Friday, and by golly, here we made it, you know. Anyway, let's see. Thinking about which direction we're going to go here. Well, you meant thinking about the Timex watch you mentioned, and remembering there takes the licking and keeps on ticking. You know, those commercials, they used to run live on television. You know, back in the 50s and I suppose early 60s, you know, a lot of programming was live, and likewise, a given commercial might run live. And I think most of the Timex commercials were live at that time. But yeah, that slogan, takes a licking and keeps on ticking. Well, there's one in particular. I know we can find it on YouTube, but they had the watch strapped to the lower unit on an outboard motor, and they had it in a barrel on the stage, and then they had a window in that barrel so you could see everything. Well, they cranked that motor up, and you know, it swirled and swirled and swirled, and they shut her down, and the watch was gone altogether. Yeah, the announcer guy says, well, it worked during rehearsal. So yeah, some advertising and promotion was never meant to be. Kind of like, if you remember U-Haul, they used to have that slogan, adventure in moving.
Mm-hmm.
That was on all their trailers and trucks and such. Well, that disappeared about the time, can't say what year it was, but their 350 Ford Dualies, they started losing wheels off of them things. If the studs were snapping off or what was going on, but just coincidentally, that slogan, adventure and moving, disappeared after that. So anyway, a slightly more serious note. I listened to the evening news, local and network national news during the dinner hour. And I usually listen with one ear, so I maybe only get half the facts as they are. But I have not heard this repeated about the COVID business and whatnot now. That from what I got out of it, they are going to be recommendations that we wait a longer period between the first and second shot. That they want the first shot to have more time to work into your system and become effective and such. But that was the only one time that I heard that. And, it hasn't come up on the program. This was a couple nights back. I heard that.
I saw
it
something
never came
about
up on the program again.
What was it alluding to an 8-week wait between shots? That's what I saw, an 8-week pause.
That might very well be then. See, I haven't been able to listen to the entire program. I don't know if maybe you did actually touch on that.
I didn't. I hadn't mentioned it on the program.
Here,
I do recall seeing something along that line here as I was doing my show prep the last couple of nights, and like I said, I didn't pay much attention to it because I hadn't got the shot anyway. So.
Yeah. So here once again, we're kind of adjusting as we go on this whole theme and whatnot. My bride and one of my boys, they're pushing hard for me to get the booster and whatnot. But I don't know, the more I think about it, they've practiced enough on me with the 2 first shots. I don't real hyped up about going in for another jab and such, but anyway, then that during the same newscast, we had a little icing. It was Tuesday. Yeah, in fact, it was 2/22/22. We had a little bit of ice that preceded the snow up here, and has made snow plowing a driveway about impossible. But either way, these came on the news. Apparently, and I sent the article to you last night, I think, but I wasn't able to get around to calling. The worst ice storm that Wisconsin had ever received, and I think it probably come to light with all the the ice that's threatening the south and southern states and such. But 2/22 of 1922, 100 years ago. Most of the states, I believe, it got 1 to 3 inches of ice, and they estimate there was 4 inches of ice in certain locations. We've often seen pictures of the Great Lakes waterfronts, where the wind is driven, splashing, spraying water and whatnot onto vehicles and whatnot that are maybe parked along the waterfront. Well, you imagine that type of ice coverage on anything and everything. First back in the 1920s, development, it was primarily still agricultural area. A few large communities, Milwaukee and such, was industrial, but so it probably didn't affect the general public all that much. They're pretty much self-sufficient at that period of history and such. Anyway,
I mean, think about the weight of 3 to 4 inches of ice accretion. I mean, most modern homes, wood structures, I mean, no roofs would be able to handle the weight of 3 to 4 inches of ice. It's hard to imagine, but I saw that story. Ever heard of such a thing? You talk about a devastating or a crippling storm. All right, hey, we're a little past the top of the hour, so we got to get to our news break here, and our final hour just ahead. And, of course, our number, you want to jump on in here. Happy Friday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Cities in Ukraine are being bombarded as Russia continues invading. Ukrainian President Zelensky has ordered a full military mobilization in response to the invasion. President Biden has announced tougher sanctions on Russia, saying of President Putin,
"This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary."
White House Deputy National Security Advisor Dolly Singh says the sanctions placed on Russia are probably the strongest ever imposed. But there are carve-outs, including trying to keep Russian oil on the market to prevent gas price spikes.
Russia depends on those revenues just as much as the world needs its energy. But we're not going to do anything which causes an unintended disruption to the flow of energy as the global economic recovery is still underway.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Wayne Alaroot, and I want to tell you a real story. A husband and wife were driving home from dinner. While stopped at a light, they were suddenly surrounded by an angry mob, and the mob forced open the driver's side door, attempting to drag the husband from the car. But he reached for his Hero 2020 non-lethal weapon. He shot his attacker twice in the chest, unleashing a powerful chemical pepper irritant, forcing the attackers to back off, and the couple escaped safely. No bullets were fired, no lives were lost. I know how training and preparedness makes the difference. I've seen and reviewed many guns and self-defense products, and the Hero 2020 is one of the easiest to use, carry, and conceal. Plus, it saves lives. Hero 2020 is a high-powered, award-winning, non-lethal defender. That's why I have one in each of my cars and in multiple rooms of my home and office. To order your own Hero 2020, visit Hero2020.com. Use coupon code WAR for a special discount. Hero2020.com. That's Hero2020.com. State law restrictions may apply.
Washington is preparing for the arrival of a convoy of truckers protesting COVID-19 restrictions, including one group that is set to drive en masse from California to the nation's capital. The People's Convoy, which is calling for the immediate lifting of the national emergency declared in response to COVID-19, left Southern California on Wednesday and will travel through states such as Texas, Oklahoma, and Maryland before their planned arrival in the D.C. Beltway on the evening of Saturday, March 5th. 3 former Minneapolis police officers involved in the police killing of George Floyd were found guilty of violating his civil rights by a federal jury. Tu Tao, J. Alexander Kung, and Thomas Lane were found guilty of depriving Floyd of his civil rights by not attending to his medical needs as former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin knelt on Floyd's neck for more than 9 minutes in the 2020 killing. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The start of baseball season could be delayed.
Major League Baseball has stated they will begin canceling regular season games if the league and Major League Baseball Players Association can't come to terms on a new collective bargaining agreement by Monday. The games will not be made up and players would not be paid full season salaries. Major League Baseball said a deadline is a deadline, missed games are missed games, and salaries will absolutely not be paid for those games. It is the first time Major League Baseball has publicly said it would shorten the season if a new deal isn't reached by the deadline. Citing health concerns, the league said it wants about 4 weeks of spring training, hence its Monday deadline. Opening day was initially scheduled for March 31st. The sides remain far apart on a new agreement. The union is likely to pull expanded playoffs off the table if players can't be paid for a full season salary. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Conservatives are gathering in Orlando, Florida.
Roughly 20,000 Republicans will convention through Sunday as the Conservative Political Action Conference gets underway. The 4-day gathering will feature discussions with titles like Fire Fauci and the Moron in Chief. State Representative Chip LaMarca says it's a chance for people to get fired up about the direction of the Republican Party and upcoming elections. President Trump is this year's headline speaker. Also on the lectern, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Senators Rick Scott and Marco Rubio. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Never thought about what happens if you try to be a friend with evil. We'll try to get along. It's like you're trying to get along with communism. Yeah, we've seen in my lifetime. Going from what was the Cold War with Russia. When I was a kid, we were still doing the air raid drills. Get under the desk. Put your head between your knees and get ready to kiss your ass goodbye. That's what we always joked around about. If the missiles start flying. Yeah, look how chummy we had tried to get with China. Yeah, we're great trading partners. But hello, they're still communists. And their mentality has not changed. The goal of ruling the world. I remember the old statement about, we will take the United States, we'll never fire a shot. Now, the reason I mentioned that is being friends with evil. We've had this relationship with Russia. Hey, think about the International Space Station. Had anybody thought about that? The head of Russia's space agency says with the new U.S. sanctions, you will destroy our cooperation on the International Space Station. There are currently 4 NASA astronauts, 2 Russian cosmonauts, and 1 European astronaut living and working on board that outpost. After the president announced the sanctions this past day, this will degrade Russia's aerospace industry, including our space program, according to Roscosmos's director general, that the station's orbit and location in space are controlled by Russian engines, my friends. If you block cooperation with us, who will save the International Space Station from an uncontrolled deorbit and fall into the United States or Europe? There's also the possibility of a 500-ton structure falling on India or China. Do you want to threaten them with such a prospect? The International Space Station does not fly over Russia. Therefore, all the risks are yours. Are you ready? A NASA spokesperson confirms we continue working with our international partners, including the State Space Corporation Roscosmos, for ongoing operations of the International Space Station. The new export control measures will continue to allow U.S.-Russia civil space cooperation. No changes are planned to the agency's support for ongoing in-orbit and ground station operations. See, these control measures will continue to allow U.S.-Russia civil space operations. Now, the reason it's called the International Space Station, it's the U.S., Russia, Japan, Canada, the European Space Agency. It's divided in 2 sections. You've got the Russian orbital segment and the U.S. orbital segment. The Russian segment cannot function without the electricity of the American side. The American side cannot function without the propulsion systems on the Russian side. So you cannot have an amicable divorce. You cannot do any sort of conscious uncoupling. NASA did not respond directly to those remarks, but they note the U.S. Space Agency continues working with Roscosmos and other international partners. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson explicitly questioned the future of the International Space Station while speaking on the floor of the House of Commons yesterday. He said, "I've been broadly in favor of continuing artistic and scientific collaboration, but in the current circumstances, it's hard to see how even those sort of things can continue as normal." Yeah, things that lead to, unintended consequences. My. Well, good morning to the Rambler. Happy Friday.
Well, good morning, Steve. So let me get this straight. You're going to buy a 31-pack of White Castles? You yourself going to do that?
I think I could afford that.
Show?
Yeah. Is that not enough?
Well, let me ask you this. Are you bringing Pappy with you?
I know Pappy really does want to try to make his way down there, depending on Mercedes' condition at the time. He did say he may try to come down.
You know, and we're so happy that, you know, our little sweetheart Mercedes is doing good. You know, number one, I want to say that. But White Castles plus Pappy plus Devil's Lettuce and a water pipe.
Oh, no.
No one's getting any White Castles. No one's getting, not us. No one's going to get a piece of cheese even inside of the box. They'll be gone. By the time the Devil's Lettuce gets put in the water pipe and Pappy does what Pappy does, you're going to have to go get probably 2 more boxes of 31.
Well,
then you add Gilligan and Moose and all them guys that can sure enough eat. Yeah, you might as well just take this all to Ruth Chris.
Now you might as well remember now. Go back and listen to the audio. I didn't say anything about cheese. I said White Castle. Cheese cost extra, Rambler.
That's right, brother. The cheese cost extra. That's right. That's right. 25 cents, probably now.
Right.
Just inflation, 45 cents a slice. But yeah, man, I tell you. Hold on a minute. From Kathmandu to Kalamazoo and all cities in between, you got the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live on the radio, pumping out audio gold from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the thriving metropolis in a neighborhood in Cincinnati. All right, we got that out of the way. So glad to be on with you. And like I said, I love picking on Pappy every time he calls. I get tickled with himself. Like he's went and watched a Cheech and Chong movie, you know. And I tell you what, Scarecrow, if you're listening, you need to do me a solid. You've got to call up one night and read something about Foggy Crossing to us. I swear you sound just like Matthew Perry. Just go to YouTube and look it up. Dave Emo used to play stories from Foggy Crossing all the time. And, Scarecrow sounds just like Matthew Perry. Not the guy from Friends, not that guy, but he was an older comedian. But yeah, you talking about evil, you know, and communism. You know, it's like throwing a rattlesnake in the bed with you. You know, sooner or later you're going to get bit. And you know, best thing I can tell you is the devil's ramping up for 7 full years to have his way on this earth. And I've already made my plans. I made my travel plans. You know, I've applied Romans chapter 6, verse 6 to my life. I recall there was a time in my life, and Steve, you might can concur with this, you know, back in our wild and woolly days, you know, we talked about White Castles. And our version of the White Castle down in the deep south is crystals. You know,
mm-hmm.
And remember how, you know, you would either get with your buddies or you'd go out to a nightclub and have a few libations, maybe too many libations, adult snacks, cold snacks, whatever you want to call them, skull busters. And of course, back then, you know, we were stupid enough to get in the car and drive up there to White Castle or drive to the Crystals because you just had to get that. You had to get that food in you. Then you wake up the next morning and it got awful tasty in your mouth, and Crystal boxes or White Castle boxes all around you from having a night of debauchery that you just don't want to ever really remember all them times that I know because I work construction. Oh, Steve, I'd wake up in the morning begging God, please make this headache go away.
I'll never do it again. I'll never do it again.
I'll never do it again. I'll never do it again. You know, Steve, ain't it amazing how wonderful God's grace and His mercy is? All the lies that we have told Him, you know, I'll never do it again. And you go to work and you sweat, I mean, just P.O. pure D, sweat all that alcohol out, begging God, oh, just get me through this day. And then you go home, take the shower, you were right back out there. You know? I thank the Lord today. I serve a God that is a very understanding, a very merciful, a very powerful God. And before I get off of here, if you want to know about the same God that I serve, you know, you can go to a lot of churches. And I want to encourage you to go to church on Sundays if you can. But if you don't want to, you know, Steve, we have a church you can come to. Determined Ministries Church. That's right. Determined Ministries Church. You can find us on Facebook. We go live, and I'm on Central Time Zone, so it's 7 o'clock Central Time. Be 8 o'clock East Coast time. So I want you to come on by and visit us. And the title of the message is Look Up. Look Up. And I want you to come on by and be with us. Let us know if you need prayer. We want to pray with you. And I just want you to come on by. And one more thing before I get off here. And, two more things. The Ruth Chris, that's what I call the doghouse things. That's when I really messed up with Mrs. Rambler. I got to make a big impact. I got to make it count. That's when we go to Ruth Chris and break out the credit card. I'm going to pay you over $200 for a meal. But if you ever go though, you're going to pay. Just know this: they have their own ranch. They raise their own cattle. So the steak you're getting is all belongs to them. But you're going to pay. But if you're in the doghouse, that's what I call the doghouse thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had to do that with Mrs. Rambler because, look, even though I'm a minister, love the Lord, ordained, 501c3, the whole works, even I'm not perfect. Even I mess up, and Mrs. Rambler likes that because then we get to go on the doghouse date, which is good old Ruth and Chris. They are horse feathers. And now I'm going to get up here, but I want you to know one thing, and I say this with all sincerity. There's people out there that haven't been told, I love you in a long time. You know, I know we joke and we all have a good time on the show, but I want to get serious. This old boy that's holding this steering wheel heading southbound back to Mobile Town loves you. I do. I mean, I do love you enough. I'm serious now. I think about people from this show when I'm driving. I think about the congregation that tunes in and watches. Think about everybody, and I start praying for people. People I don't even know, people I never even met that I've talked to, and they just get on my heart, and I start praying for them. And sometimes even start crying because, you know, you feel the pain they go through. You sense the loneliness, you know. You sense the rejection that people are giving them through life. And, you know, that's what Jesus Christ is all about. Not only saving your soul from an everlasting hell that is real, but it's having a friend, a father, and a brother that'll never leave you nor forsake you. And he'll love you no matter what. That's why I tell you I love you. Because I know in my heart, if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And Steve, God bless you, man. Have a great weekend. Hope you and the princess will have a great time. Enjoy them grandkids. And everyone out there, I love you. Be safe. Have a great weekend. And tell someone else you love them. It means the world. And really mean it. Really mean it. Goodbye. Good night. God bless.
Hey, one more thought, Rambler. You still there? I guess we lost him. I was going to give you the opportunity to confront him about the devil's lettuce.
Steve, I was going to tell him that Rambler, Steve Sommers loves you. God loves you. and all the cartoon characters that listen to this show, and everybody in this world loves you, brother. That's what I was going to tell you. But he's on the highway with both hands on the wheel.
Yeah.
Right?
What's going on, Pappy?
So much for a limited strike, right, Steve?
Yeah, a minor incursion, huh?
Sanctions. Yeah. Sanctions. That's Putin is laughing all the way to the bank, Steve. He called our bluff, and he won. You know, if we would have hammered him down with sanctions, hard sanctions, these sanctions that the news media and Biden's talking about is nothing. You know, he's talking about sanctioned oligarchs. Steve, they were already sanctioned. They added some of their children on there, which is nothing. Stevie's laughing all the way to the bank. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And we had a chance. He was going to take this no matter what, Ukraine. Once it started, he was going to take it. But we had a chance to really hit him back and make him think, oh, maybe I made a mistake. Or maybe he'll think twice next time he tries to go into one of these neighboring countries. But he just, you know, called our bluff and won. Now there's nothing holding him back, man. What would Biden say? I'll wait for a month, see if these
exactly
work.
you catch that. Yeah, let's wait a month or two and see if they're doing any good, right?
Yeah, a little too late for that, right? Ukraine stands no chance against the Russian army. The Russian army stands no chance against the United States, Steve. I'm telling you right now, if we fought a conventional war with Russia, we'd smoke them. Smoke them. That's a fact. Their economy's been so bad, you know, over the last many, many years since the fall of the wall, that their military's been in abyss, Steve. I mean, it's coming around here lately. But, you know, they're fighter pilots, Steve. They couldn't even fly. They didn't have the money to buy fuel to put in the fighter planes, man.
Mm.
They would sell flights. You know, they would get these millionaires to come over and go up in one of their MiGs, you know, and pay them a lot of money to take them on a little flight, you know, pay to fly. That's how desperate they were. And the United States in the last, since the Iraq War, since Afghanistan, Steve, we got the experience now, man. Make no mistake about it. Remember the big threat when the first Gulf War? Oh my God, the Republican Guard, the biggest and baddest, one of the biggest, baddest military armies in the world, you know. Dude, we smoked them. But the problem is, Steve, it just takes one finger. Somebody with one finger to push a button. You know, that's the problem with Russia and China and North Korea. And soon, probably Iran. You know, if they got the ability to push the button, it kind of changes the ball game.
All bets are off instantly.
Here's the reason I called. Yeah, here's the real reason I called. You mentioned the Great Reset caller earlier.
Yes.
Steve, have you heard about this? Have you heard about this and read up on it? Do you know what he's talking about?
You know, I've heard about it, heard of it. I don't really know what it's all about, though.
Do some homework this weekend, Steve. Joe Rogan had some guy on a show from over in Europe somewhere. You know, the world economy people, you know, the deep state, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
People really trying to run this world. They came out with this, what they're calling is the Great Reset. And I'll try to explain this as simply as I can because I'm not real hip on it neither. But the way I understand it, they want to wipe the slate clean where we sit right now on this earth. They want to wipe out history, everything, start all over, and have a totalitarian world government, socialist way, total control, one world government, the new world order. Only way for that to happen is the United States has to fall. The only way for the United States to fall is for Canada to fall. And Canada fell. And people think, can't come to the United States. See what happened with the convoy.
Yep.
We already got people inside our government, right, saying the same thing that Trudeau did to the people up there. Take their trucks.
Take their bank account.
Already coming here, Steve.
Shut them down.
Already here.
I got an email from James right when I mentioned that. He said Klaus Schwab, whoever that is, he said Klaus Schwab also said that they have penetrated Trudeau's cabinet, that over half his cabinet has been taken over by him.
Steve, I think it was 151 out of 180 voted for the emergency deal up there.
Yep.
I might be off a few there, but that's basically the whole cabinet voted to go forward with that. What's that tell you? And do some homework on that, man. I need to go back and listen to that Joe Rogan podcast.
So when I hear the term,
talking about it.
So when I hear the term "the Great Reset," I can, essentially say it's kind of like the new moniker for the New World Order. We've been hearing that New World Order thing all the way back since with the first Bush in the White House.
Yes, he's the first president in the United States that uttered them words. This has been in the making for a long, long time, Steve. Everybody, for many years, it's conspiracy theory. It ain't.
Sure.
Look what's happening around the world, Steve. Not just here, around the world. And another thing that real quick, I'm going to get off here. I know you might be running behind, but the CDC has been holding back on us, Steve. That's major news. Did you hear that? The CDC has held information about the vaccines.
Oh, you think?
In other words, yeah. From males from the ages of 18 to 48, they left out of it a little, research, so to speak. And the New York Times wrote a big article on it. Look that up, New York Times. And the New York Times was trying to cover for them. And said the reason they weren't coming clean with the American people about side effects of this vaccine is they didn't want the American people to become vaccine hesitant.
Yep.
It was for their own good.
And that's why they're changing that's why they're changing their guidance primarily for young men 12 to 39 to extend the duration between the shots because myocarditis. Apparently, there's a lot more heart issues taking place than they wanted to admit.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
There's going to be a big shakedown in the CDC, Steve. There's going to be two options for a lot of people. You're going to either become a witness or you're going to become a defendant. Mark my words, it's going to be coming. You're going to see it in the near future. All right, my man, I appreciate you taking my call. You have a great...
Thank you. Yeah, what he's talking about is, the CDC updating their vaccine guidance, recommending some Americans who have received their first mRNA vaccine wait. Rather than, hasn't it been like 2 weeks? Or maybe it was 3 or 4 weeks, but you need to wait 8 weeks before you get your second dose. Several studies suggest the extended interval may help improve, quote, effectiveness and decrease the small but potential risk of myocarditis, the heart inflammation. Although an increased risk of myocarditis, particularly among young men, has been identified with both the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, extensive data analysis over the course of the pandemic has shown that they are overwhelmingly safe, not only in clinical trials, but in the real world. The risk of myocarditis is also higher if you get COVID-19 itself than with the vaccine. However, they can spell it out. But that was the change in guidance. The CDC emphasizes young men ages 12 to 39 who would be at increased risk of myocarditis should consider an extended time series between vaccines. 8 weeks, which might, they said, quote, might reduce the risk of myocarditis. So, when you say might, that's not even a definitive, is it? There's much more to come. When we got a news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Cities in Ukraine are being bombarded as Russia continues invading. Ukrainian President Zelensky has ordered a full military mobilization in response to the invasion. President Biden has announced tougher sanctions on Russia, saying of President Putin,
"This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary."
White House Deputy National Security Advisor Dolly Singh says the sanctions placed on Russia are probably the strongest ever imposed. But there are carve-outs, including trying to keep Russian oil on the market to prevent gas price spikes.
Russia depends on those revenues just as much as the world needs its energy. But we're not going to do anything which causes an unintended disruption to the flow of energy as the global economic recovery is still underway.
This is USA Radio News.
Have you stopped taking your statin? Over half of people will stop taking a statin in the first year due to muscle pain. Marley Drug offers the next generation statin, pitavastatin, which is different from most statins and has low rates of muscle pain. With a prescription, you can get pitavastatin for $1 a day. No insurance needed. Stop putting up with statin pain and call Marley Drug at 800-460-2510. That's 800-460-2510 or go to marleydrug.com.
Not available in Vermont or Alabama. The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, thank you much. Here we go. Headed down the home stretch here on a Friday. Stick around when we cross over that 5 o'clock hour in the Eastern Time Zone, TNC Radio Live. Do you remember when a Big Mac was $1? A Few Good Men, big hit at the box office. Garth Brooks was topping the musical charts. Well, Marcia Campbell brings you music and memories of 1992 this morning. Stay tuned for America's Truckin' Sweetheart, 5 a.m. following the Overnight Drive. Then it's Captain Tom Kirk with Keep On Talkin' this week. Part 2 of his interview with the Australian Outback trucker Sludge this morning. That'll be coming at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. And does Captain Kirk ask him what it's like to drive upside down? Well, you'll find out later this morning. Again, tncradio.live. And yes, Chevy Guy back with us. What's going on?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I believe this news about the young man in the shots is nothing new if you listen to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, because I believe you read that report out of Israel.
Yeah.
Where I guess they discontinued the vaccinations. So, yeah, we heard it on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, a year ago. And as for the, making friends with the enemy,
yes,
or the evil, always remember this story. Everybody's heard it, but it's an old woodsman was walking through the woods and he come up on a knee-deep creek, and there was a snake sitting there. And the snake raised up and said, "Sir, please, sir, don't worry, I won't hurt you." Said, "Would you give me a ride across this creek? My family's over there, all my babies are over there. Can you give me a ride? He said, no, I ain't gonna pick you up. You're a snake. You'll bite me. And the snake goes, no, sir, honest. All I want to do is get over there to my family. They need me, and I can't make it across this creek. And he goes, no, I ain't going to do it. And the snake kept saying, I won't hurt you. Finally, the woodsman says, oh, okay. So he picks up the snake and curls up in his arm, and he carries it across the creek. And just as he bends down to put the snake on the ground, the snake lurches up and gets him in the jugular vein. And when he stands up, he's dizzy, about ready to fall over. He says, I thought you said you wouldn't bite me. And the snake looked at him and said, I'm a snake. That's what I do. So, yeah, it just, none of this stuff, I'm sorry. We're just saying that you can't get along with the Republicans trying to get along with the snakes and the Democrats. It's not working out. We're slowly losing our freedoms, and if we get rid of everything, it's just going to be like the Tea Party. If we get rid of everything and we still got Mitch McConnell up there, I'm sorry, we won't gain anything. But it's the only fight, and it's the only tool we can legally use right now. And I just don't be ashamed to call what this is. Don't try to water it down. It's not the Republicans that took your freedom on these mandates. It's the Democrats. And everywhere, all these Republican governors, I'm repeating myself.
Yep.
All these Republican governors that stood up for for freedom took a beating in the media, from the Democrats, calling them murderers, calling them and all this stuff. Meanwhile, their economies were doing a whole lot better than the liberal or the Democrat economies, and there's a whole lot more people dying under the Democrat regimes. So, no, I'm sorry. Everything about this has been political. It has very little bit about safety. And at the end of the day, the most worst thing to ever happen is when Anthony Fauci will still be there. And, Lord, I'd like to hear Lindsey Graham, which is a waste of space. How about where you at, buddy? Why don't you start talking about Ron Paul's the only one I know that actually coming up and speaking of it. But they need to keep him in the news. He sort of just disappeared out of nowhere here lately. You haven't heard much from him. But my goodness, we need to get him out of there. And I think, matter of fact, I believe this: if Joe Biden wants to get popular again, all he has to do is drag Fauci into court and make him answer for all these things that he's done to the United States of America and the people of the world. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and wait for Monday morning. I guess almost forgot it was Friday. How about it? Over and out.
Over and out. Have a good weekend there, Chevy guy. Be safe. Yep. Now we're looking at about 11 before the hour. And we'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let me see. Eagle had some final comments this morning. Go ahead, Eagle. What you got for us?
Yeah, huh?
You there, Eagle?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still here. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. We got you on, Eagle. Did I wake you up?
Yeah, I had dozed off for a few minutes, but I wanted to say one more thing right quick, Steve, since it's the weekend. When you come back on Sunday night, we'll see what happens in the next couple of hours, with the situation in Russia. I read something on my phone, Steve. I talked to you earlier about Russia. This situation is a little bit more dangerous than even I thought it was. Putin, he's making threats. He said that, that he wouldn't have no problem using nuclear weapons if he had to, if anybody tried to get in his way. And this guy here, he's not like the guy in North Korea, Steve. This guy here, the guy in North Korea is all talk. He kept saying he was going to release this, do this and that, and he didn't do it. But this guy, Russia guy, he means business. When Vladimir Putin says that he might release nuclear weapons, you got to take this serious. So a lot of people could get hurt. And then you're playing a dangerous game then when he's talking about that with the United States. Then, like I said, we one step away from serious war. So in the next couple of days, we'll see what happens, because Joe Biden has already said during his press conference today that him and Putin are not going to talk to each other. So that's why I said in my first phone call, I don't know how this thing ends, because Biden has said that he doesn't want to speak to Putin, and I don't think Putin wants to talk anyway. So how this whole thing ends up, we'll have to see the next 2 weeks. Now, and one other thing, if I hang up with you, Steve, on this truck driver protest, I'll be watching that this weekend. They say there's some truck drivers heading into Washington on this week. So we'll see what happens. Like I said, like I told you earlier, these politicians, they one guy, you said a couple of people said they want to do the same thing they did in Canada by taking people's trucks away from them and so-called paying the police for all the force that they're going to have out. And I still believe that it's wrong to do that. So we'll see if they actually talk about it or actually do something, do what they say they're going to do. So hopefully the truck drivers will get their point across this weekend, and nobody goes to jail, because it's unnecessary to take somebody, like you said, for peaceful rattling. So we'll see what happens on Sunday night when I call in. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All righty. Hey, have a good weekend. Eagle, be safe. And technically the convoy's not going to be arriving in D.C. I mean, the trek is going to continue across the country. They'll arrive in D.C. not this weekend, the following. It was like March the 5th into the 6th, right in that time frame. So we've got a full week to watch, and be interesting to see how many additional trucks potentially will be joining in with the convoy. Will it be growing throughout the next week? Or, in some cases, and this also occurred in the Canadian convoy, some may have started out with the convoy, and maybe they'll get as far as maybe the Texas line and then head back to their operations if they worked out of Arizona or California. But along the way, drivers from other states are anticipated to be joining in to finish whatever leg of the convoy is left to get into Washington, D.C., so we shall see. Well, just to clarify there, Putin didn't actually use the words of threatening a nuclear attack. The way he put it was a response that would be, quote, never seen in history. And many are taking that to believe he was inferring potentially a nuclear response. In an address to the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson said, diplomatically, politically, economically, and eventually militarily, this hideous and barbaric venture of Vladimir Putin must end in failure. But analysts, they say, believe the threat of deploying nuclear weapons should be the Russian army, should they be attacked by forces outside the Ukraine, was pretty much implicit in Putin's speech. Then you have Zelensky this past day pretty much saying, where are my, quote, friends in Europe? No one is coming to offer their assistance. Well, at least not as far as military forces. Everyone's been trying to bolster the Ukrainian military. We were sending missiles over there. Europe, all the other countries trying to send in defensive weapons to help should Russia actually invade, which now they have. It has been quite the interesting week. Yes, it has. And it's been a pleasure to have you along for the ride. Be safe out there. Have an enjoyable weekend, and we'll come back and do it all again. Come Sunday night into Monday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.